All right, welcome everybody to the May 7th Lawrence City Commission meeting. And with that, I will go ahead and get us started with our first item, which is executive session. I would entertain a motion for that.
So moved.
And I move recess in executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss the possibility of acquiring real property in the city pursuant to the exception under KSA 75-4319B6 for the preliminary discussion of acquisition of real property. The justification for the executive session is to keep possible terms and conditions of the property acquisition confidential at this time. The City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room at 5:31 p.m. after the executive session is concluded.
Okay. I have a first, and is there a second out there?
I'll second that instead. Thank you, sir. You did
right.
it much better than I.
First and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Passed 5-0. We have returned from, I think this is going to be all of us. We have returned from executive session and have nothing to report. This time, we'll take a little break until we begin our meeting at 5:45. See you guys then. All right. Good evening again, and welcome to the May 7th Lawrence City Commission meeting. And now I'll have Sherry go ahead and go through the rundown for the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. To minimize distractions during the meeting, please silence your cell phones. For those attending virtually, please ensure you are muted and your video is off when you are not actively participating in the meeting. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute virtual participants. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Those participating virtually should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. Please leave your virtual hand raised until you are called on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat, and all chats go directly to the meeting host. Please state your name before speaking, and all comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Sherry. Okay, I'll go ahead and get us started. Looks like we're moving on to item B, approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve the agenda?
Second. Go ahead.
First and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. None opposed. Passes 5-0. Moving us on to item C, recognition, proclamation, and presentation. The first one is to proclaim the month of May as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Is there anyone to speak to that? If there isn't, since we do have a bunch of proclamations, I might go ahead and move on to the ones that there are folks to speak to. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. I believe we have some folks here. I'm going to go ahead and go to the next one. Proclaim the month of May as Community Action Month. Okay, it's not looking like that. And I do believe we have someone here for the third one. Proclaim May 5th through 11, 2024 as Drinking Water Week. I believe it is Stephen Craig, or no? Okay, not. Okay.
I have Stephen Craig with me.
Okay.
Good.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Trevor Flynn, our Assistant Director with our Municipal Services and Operation Department, and I'll let Stephen introduce himself.
I'm Stephen Craig. I'm the Treatment Division Manager.
All right.
We are honored to be here tonight for Drinking Water Week. This event highlights the vital importance of clean water in our lives and commemorates the 50th anniversary of the Safe Drinking Water Act. This pivotal law has played a crucial role in protecting public water by setting stringent standards for drinking water quality and establishing a system to identify and mitigate potential hazards in partnership with state agencies and water utilities. Drinking water is more than a mere necessity. It is essential to the livelihood of our communities. We acknowledge the weight of our duty to ensure its safety and dependability. Our team is committed to the cause and constantly working to improve the efficiency of our treatment facilities as we practice strict quality controls, adopt innovative treatment methods, and preserve the integrity of the city's water infrastructure. Our commitment to delivering safe drinking water extends beyond simply adhering to regulatory standards. It involves surpassing them and protecting our source water and the health and welfare of our citizens. As we celebrate Drinking Water Week, I urge all of us to contemplate the significant impact that access to clean water has on our lives and community. This is an occasion to salute our water professionals' tireless efforts and reaffirm our pledge to guarantee that every Lawrence resident has access to reliable, safe water today and for future generations. Thank you for this proclamation.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Stephen and Trevor. Whereas May 5th through 11, 2024 has been declared as Drinking Water Week across the United States, and whereas Lawrenceans are privileged to have two primary sources of water with the Kansas River and Clinton Reservoir, providing a bountiful source of fresh water, and whereas water is one of Lawrence's most natural resources essential for public health, fire protection, and quality of life, and whereas drinking water plays a vital role in our daily life for our citizens, serving an essential purpose to our community's health, hydration, and hygiene needs. This vital work is performed by the City of Lawrence staff, which includes engineers designing capital projects, operators ensuring safety and quality of drinking water, and members of pipe crews maintaining the infrastructure communities rely on to transport high-quality drinking water from its source to consumers' taps. is crucial to the prosperity of the health of our community. And whereas the City of Lawrence operates and maintains 2 water treatment plants, 7 water towers, 3,688 fire hydrants, 343 miles of water distribution lines, and 117 miles of water transmission mains. And whereas we are all stewards of the water infrastructure upon current and future generations depend, the citizens of Lawrence are called upon to protect our source waters from pollution, practice water conservation, and get involved with their water by familiarizing themselves with the process. Now, therefore, I, Bart Littlejohn, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the week of May 5th through 11th, 2024 as Drinking Water Week, and encourage the residents of Lawrence, Kansas to actively learn about their community water infrastructure and to use our voices, both online and in person, to share why water is essential and valuable and in need of more investment to ensure its equitable access across the entire nation. Thank you. Thank you all. All right. Looks like our next one is proclaim May 5th through 11th, 2024 as Public Service Appreciation Week.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Shelby Patch, and I'm the Risk Manager and help lead employee engagement activities. I'm happy to be here tonight along with some of my amazing team members to help celebrate Public Service Recognition Week. Each day, our team members play a pivotal role in delivering services that enrich the quality of life in our Lawrence community. Our team includes many departments such as public safety, transportation, parks and recreation, MSO, planning and development, and internal operations. We all strive to make Lawrence a place for people to be proud to call home. We want to take a moment this week and celebrate the contributions of our team and recognize the efforts and dedication in fostering a positive and inclusive workplace culture. We want to acknowledge the value that everyone brings to our team. Working together, we are nurturing an engaged and empowered workplace where every team member is valued, supported, and contributing to the continual growth and spirit of our community. Thank you again for the proclamation of Public Service Recognition Week.
Thank you. All right. Whereas Americans are served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, and county and city levels, these unsung heroes do essential work that improves the quality of life and keeps our nation and communities working. And whereas public servants serving the Lawrence community include approximately 850 City of Lawrence employees working in many areas such as public safety, police and fire, public works, transportation, park and rec, municipal court, utilities, solid waste management, planning and development, and in the internal services that keep our organization running, such as information technology, finance, and human resources. And whereas the City of Lawrence employees deliver services each day that enhance the quality of life of the Lawrence community, and whereas the City of Lawrence employees provide these diverse services with character, competence, courage, collaboration, and commitment. These employees work to make progress in the city's strategic plan outcome areas, creating a Lawrence community with unmistakable identity, strong and welcoming neighborhoods, prosperity and economic security, and with infrastructure and services that create a connected city and a safe and secure community. And whereas the City of Lawrence is committed to building an engaged and empowered organizational culture where people throughout the organization are trusted, supported, and cared for as we build community. Now, therefore, I, Bart Littlejohn, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim this week of May 5th through 11th, 2024 as Public Service Recognition Week, and encourage all citizens to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels, including all the public servants serving the Lawrence community. Right. And this last one is proclaim the week of May 5th through 11th, 2024 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week. Do we have? Okay. All right. All right. Let's go. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of the local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk is the oldest among the public servants, and whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and the agencies of the government at all other levels, and whereas the professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality, impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and whereas the professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of professional municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meeting of their state, provincial, county, and internal professional organizations, and whereas it's most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of professional municipal clerk. Now, therefore, I, Bart Littlejohn, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the week of May 5th through May 11th, 2024 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our professional municipal clerk, Sherry Riedemann, and all professional municipal clerks for all their vital services that they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities that they represent. All right. Moving on to item D, general public comment. Public is not allowed to speak on issues or items that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. Comments should be limited to issues and items germane to the business of the governing body. The commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. And I will say that we will be discussing our public comment structure later in the agenda. So
this is another one of those times where we have public comment, but we can't talk about public comment?
well,
Okay. And so just to help out everybody else,
Mayor,
Bart, I
point
was
of
having a
order.
real hard time hearing you.
Mayor, I know you, did we go through the comments in regards to the information we shared before we do general public comments?
Yeah, but he did it so quietly we couldn't hear.
Okay.
And actually, when he started, he said the public is not allowed to comment on things that are not on the agenda. I don't think anybody really caught that. It's my public comment time, Bart, if you, excuse me.
Sir, I'm
You
presiding
called
over
for the 3 minutes.
Your minutes. We will start your minute over. Your 3 minutes over.
Okay,
I'm commenting right now.
okay.
So, since it is kind of a weird gray area, and we're going to be discussing public comment at public comment, you can go ahead and discuss general public comment right now.
Oh, I didn't want to. I was just pointing out that it's normally not allowed to talk about since it's an agenda item. What I wanted to talk about is police accountability. You got the chief in here tonight. Screw the bad cops and the good ones that won't turn them in. And he's a bad cop. He signed off on exonerations. Exonerations that he knew weren't quite worded correctly, so he just got himself out of that. That young man had a pressure point shoved into his throat that left bruises and marks, and he bled. Went to the hospital. The sergeant named Daniel Ashley that did it actually wiped the blood off on the man's shirt. He still has that shirt. It's going to be evidence in the civil trial. That case was filed earlier this week. Anyway, last few days it's been filed, May 1st, I think. Very violent. Your Citizens Police Review Board ignored it. Your chief lied about it, signed off on some exonerations saying nothing happened that was a problem. We apologize if the Lawrence Police Department didn't meet your expectations, right? They never meet our expectations. I'll take that back. One time. And now you got on the agenda tonight to talk about the CPRB that hasn't met while they still keep doing stuff. They still keep pulling games and playing games with people's lives, messing with homeless people on the street because they're jaywalking. Guys, I have to drive around people that are walking and jogging and riding bikes and whatever. They wouldn't mess with me. I stood in the middle of the street and called them out, begged them to come mess with me. They won't mess with me, just a homeless guy. We have that homeless to jail pipeline running pretty strong here in town. I have the exonerations. I have his signature on the exonerations in a case that the city is now being sued on for excessive force, police brutality, presumptive probable cause. He knows it. The whole town's going to know it. They're all going to pay for it. It's their tax money he's spending. You gave him $300,000 for that piece of shit artwork out there. Instead, you should have got us a better chief, because he's going to go away soon. He's going to go away.
Hi, my name is Sue Herink. I live here in town. Today, I want to hold up a copy of the Lawrence Journal-World, April 12th edition. It features the presentation of the William Allen White Foundation National Award to the newspaper in Marion, Kansas, and the remarks made at KU by the editor upon receipt of the award. This is the first time the award has gone to an organization rather than an individual. Previously, it's been won by Walter Cronkite, Bob Woodward, and other journalists of considerable renown. The editor, on accepting the award, urged the public to stand up to government. The front page quote reads, "We need to be disruptors." I was astonished to see these words on the front page of the paper. Did the editor, Chad Lawhorn, allow a little truth for once? Why has it come to this? It's because people in elected office like yourselves do not understand that they are in office to protect people, their constituents, from government. Previously, I've spoken to you about this. You have the dynamic wrong, the paradigm wrong. Power flows from the people to you. It does not flow from the government down to us. Here's exactly what he said, quote, "There's nothing wrong with causing trouble. You want to be a disruptor? Be a disruptor. We need to be disruptors," end quote. When someone disrupts your self-perceptions with a 3-minute speech, you need to listen and allow that speech. If the speech isn't respectful, it's because respect has not been earned. You have no right to silence anyone for anything or for any arbitrary protocol. Huge lawsuits follow the raid on the Marion newspaper. The editor, Eric Meyer, said the raid came because his newspaper, quote, "stirred up too much trouble," end quote. A weaponized court system and a police department will pay dearly for their lawless, unconstitutional activities. According to Eric Meyer, proceeds from the suits, in excess of tens of millions, will be donated. He stated, quote, "We have to set the precedent that this is not something that is allowed. This is not something that is allowed under American democracy," end quote. So, an award-winning newspaper's editor set the record straight and has been recognized in a big way. You need to pay attention. No more silencing anyone who disrupts. Instead, flip your power template and begin representing us. If not, you'll have a price to pay, both in court and at the ballot box. People of courage meet their constituents and rally with them. They do not hide. They are not cowards.
Time.
Changing
Time,
the rules
ma'am.
or timing of public comment is an act of supreme cowardice. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Amy Boffman. I'm a Lawrence resident. I want to speak to you tonight about a couple of things. One is why you thought it would be a good idea to put 5G towers on all the water towers. Was it financially driven, or what in the actual you-know-what would make you want to do that? Either money is more important than our health, or you are ignorant and aren't aware of the dangers. I mean, you have them up by all the schools too. There are many people who don't want to be exposed to that, and you're allowing them everywhere. It's not okay. In an inquiry into the deployment, adoption, and application of 5G in Australia, submission 517, it states that 5G is dangerous and will harm every living being. Thousands of studies link low-level wireless radio frequency radiation exposures to a long list of adverse biological effects, including DNA single and double strand breaks, oxidative damage, disruption of cell metabolism, increased blood-brain barrier permeability, melatonin reduction, disruption to brain glucose metabolism, and generation of stress proteins. Let's not forget that in 2011, the World Health Organization classified radiofrequency radiation as a possible 28 carcinogen. More recently, the 25 million National Toxicology Program concluded that radiofrequency radiation of the type currently used by cell phones can cause cancer. But where does 5G fit in all of this? Given that 5G is set to utilize frequencies above and below existing frequency bands, 5G sits in the middle of all of this. This tells me that you most likely don't give a crap about our health because you literally were tearing up perfectly good sections of our sidewalks all over town to put 5G below. So now you've got it above and below, just like it says. 2, you've got fluoride in our water. There's arsenic, chromium, which can cause cancer, nitrate, bladder cancer, anyone? That's not even all of it. It's really a shame how obvious it is that you're more concerned with spending our money on making everyone have a safe space when in reality, if you don't give a rat's ass about our health. We are literally being poisoned through our water, air, and soil. If you care about your citizens, you will rethink this whole 5G placement and get our water good for us. This should be front and center. The only thing we can control is our health. Also, one more thing, it would still be a mistake to take away the people's right to express grievances to you in a public forum. Thank you.
Hello. How are you this evening? My name is Gina Valentine. I represent the homeless community, and I am part of the homeless community here in Lawrence. I've lived here for 9 years, and I am very grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak with you folks this evening about some issues I am having. One being I have an emotional support animal who is also my service pet. He comes with a signed doctor's note through our own doctors here in Lawrence. He has been denied to be with me. He's 12 and a half years old. He's been with me about 12 years now. I got him when I was 6 weeks old. He provides a great deal of emotional support for me and for the people around me. I am grateful for the Humane Society out here to make available opportunities for people like me to put their pets there to be taken care of. My pet is a different pet. He has never been caged, and I would not suggest that at his age you could cage him. He's been going through a great deal of emotional issues and physical issues because I cannot be with him. And I just need the federal law to be enacted here about my ESA animal. I would like Lawrence to adhere to that. I have talked to Misty Bosch Hastings, Director of Homeless Solutions, and she does not know federal law or state law according to my animal. She told me I wasn't housed here. She said I wasn't under any housing laws here, and that is complete idiocy. I am a member of this community, and I am speaking for all members that are homeless and deserve their animals with them as long as they have proper documentation, which I have showed. He has been documented in 3 different states. And I believe that something needs to be done. You need to speak with your Director of Homeless Division Solution because she doesn't know what she's talking about. She actually threatened me with a legal team. And I am not anything legal. I'm just following the state and federal law about my pets. And I expect something to be done about that. Because like I said, him not being with me is the first time in my entire life that I have not been without this animal, and he is suffering along with myself suffering. Again, I need to...
Time.
Ms. Valentine?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Chris Flowers, and I hope you all listen to that last speaker and do something about it. And I definitely think she is a valuable member of the community. But I'm here, I want to talk about corruption. I think there is corruption in this government. And I just want to bring up something from a blast from the past, if you will. Did we ever find out what was going on with those secret emails between the city manager and the police union? Remember, I mean, when we got our current police chief, it was after our former police chief was, well, I guess it was a mutually agreed upon term, a mutual agreement to depart or whatever. I think he was kicked out, but it's just, if our government isn't corrupt, then why was there secret emails going on between our current city manager and the police union to put in the police chief we have now? And if some of what I heard earlier from a previous public commenter about police doing things they shouldn't be doing, and if the current police chief did something he shouldn't be doing, how are we actually going to expect our city manager to do something to hold him accountable when we know he's been doing secret emails with the police union? I mean, it's been a few years, and I don't remember the issue ever being resolved. So I'm assuming it's still going on. Did you all ever get on, chastise the city manager or ask him what was up with that? Because it just seems that we have other stuff going on, such as maybe city staff not following commission direction. I mean, I think that's corruption. If 3 members are supposed to tell staff to do something, and if staff doesn't do it, it's just them acting against the will of the people. So I just hope you all do something about holding city government accountable, or at least trying to get rid of some of the corruption. Thank you.
Very good.
Kirby Evers here. We've met before, except for you. You're here. Democracy, I think, is the best way to estimate kind of the will of the people within a system. I think we all agree on this. But estimating that will is difficult. It involves a involved populace. It means that people actually have to get out and vote and make sure that their voices are heard. But when we put roadblocks in any of those systems, even if under good intentions, we can kind of begin to see that system dwindle. Working class people trying to just get by, students that just don't have enough time. Any of this can stop people from being involved as an unintentional result of maybe having some kind of overprotected system. And I guess since we're allowed to talk about public comment now, I don't have to kind of do the weird thing where I don't talk about the issue I'm definitely talking about. I think that the issue here is that this will become something that will drop off people in trying to comment. And I think that's kind of part of the intention. You guys have a difficult job, I get it, okay? But without these systems of democracy, without people being, without feeling comfortable approaching their officials, people with malicious intent step forward in place of them. And I think that really is the danger here, whether it's business interests or anti-shampoo lobbyists, whatever it is, we need to make sure that people feel comfortable moving forward and stepping up and making their voices heard. And I think having them wait through issue after issue after issue of boring things that will eventually have people drop off isn't going to help the public. Before we suggested this, it was unpopular, and now I think it still is unpopular. I think that at the end of the day, this is just kind of a necessary element of your job. And I have to apologize for that because a lot of people make it intolerable. They make it difficult. They make it hard to try to service the city. But I think this is a part of it that makes Lawrence better. When I look at other cities, such as Topeka, it's a pain in the butt to do public comment. You have to specifically say what you want to talk about. You have to give your name. You have to register with a public person in that. And while what you're suggesting isn't as bad as that, I think that it still has that chilling effect of making sure that people have to have a very specific schedule to then make public comment. I understand that public workers are going to have to deal with later times in waiting for their issues to come up, but I think that at the end of the day, the benefits outweigh this overall. And so I'll jump back up later, but that's my time.
Hi, my name is Dominique, and I just wanted to make comments about the new Boston crossing that was approved actually by the commission, the rezoning. And I don't know if there's been information that's been given to you about the updates, but recently the U.S. Army Corps actually found that there are 12.6 acres of regulated wetland on this area. And so I just want to bring up and kind of talk about that and a little bit of the timeline of how we have come to what is going on, I guess. To begin with, I want to talk about how, we just passed the resolution, let me know if I'm overstepping, talking about how water is so important for public health, et cetera, but we are ignoring kind of the aspect of the wetlands that also ties into that. So if we're going to talk about how water is very important, I believe this also has consideration due to the fact that places like Baker Wetlands, the Haskell Wetlands are cherished by many in the community. Additionally, I'd like to talk about how when the decision for the rezoning was done, I do believe that the commissioners were expressing faith in the system to have all the checks and balances to allow this project to continue going through in the way that it should, with environmental considerations, with other considerations. However, I'd like to point out the fact that the H&H study that was used to approve the permit for the rezoning to begin with was faulty, and the fact that it violates the Lawrence own floodplain regulations. The floodplain regulations essentially state that we have to look at the fully developed floodplain, or the watershed, before we can approve any sort of development or rezoning. And the H&H study did not do that. When we look at it, it's only about a mile across the whole property and does not take into account of the full Wakarusa watershed. So I want to bring kind of that point up that we're having faith. This rezoning was done with the intention of all the things working the way they should and having faith in that system, but we're already having a problem at the beginning. This should have never actually been brought up to the commission quite yet because the permit was issued that was faulty. And when we tried to file an appeal to the Board of Zoning Appeals, it was overturned, and the reason was that there was no standing. However, I would like to say that as public officials, you guys actually have the ability to kind of look back at that and maybe look into what's going on and re-raise the Board of Appeals so we can have public comment and public discussion about what's going on regarding this one plot of land that is so essential to not only the health of the Wakarusa, to the folks that are in the southern Douglas County, but also to the Baker Wetlands and the Haskell Wetlands, which are in city limits. So I do believe the statute, it was in 2023, and the statute is 12-759 under Section D that says that any city official can bring this up to the Board of Zoning Appeals and maybe potentially reinstate that. So I would ask commissioners that if you can look into this and maybe do that so we can have more public discourse and actually foster the Lawrence values of sustainability, environmental protection, and actually get the full picture and ensure that we are following the proper protocols to begin with city processes. So with that, I thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Joel Riggs. I'm a resident of Lawrence, Kansas. I want to talk about the issue of the adoption of a place for everyone and costs associated with that. And that's what I was going to say.
I'm sorry,
on this?
sir. Actually, I do know that it's going to be pulled, so you'll have your opportunity to go ahead and comment on it.
I can comment on that now.
No, then it'll be pulled in consent. I know that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll wait my turn.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Yep. You're welcome.
Hello, my name is Nicole from Lawrence. In regard to the nationwide tyrannical overreach of legislative bodies on freedom of speech, here are some quotes from people who valued what it truly means to be an American. If freedom of speech is taken away, then dumb and silent we may be led like sheep to slaughter. George Washington. Restriction of free thought and free speech is the most dangerous of all subversions. It is the one un-American act that could most easily defeat us. William Douglas. I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. S.G. Talentire. Hypocrites get offended by the truth. Jess C. Scott. Whoever would overthrow the liberty of a nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech. Benjamin Franklin. If there is a bedrock principle underlying the First Amendment, it is that the government may not prohibit the expression of an idea simply because society finds the idea itself offensive or disagreeable. William J. Brennan. If we don't believe in free expression for people we despise, we don't believe in it at all. Noam Chomsky. They who can give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Benjamin Franklin. The dominant purpose of the First Amendment was to prohibit the widespread practice of government suppression of embarrassing information. William Douglas.
My name is Dr. Justin Spees. Sign here says, "This commission is a bunch of un-American pussies." And what that speaker just said right before me shows it. Can't listen to a little general public comment from the community there, Mike? Spearheading this. All right, so I want to provide an update of the lawsuit that I filed against the Lawrence Public Library. I've amended the complaint to add a few more of the library employees that took part in violating my First Amendment rights. And I've also uploaded, just a little while ago, I uploaded both videos that I have of both incidences that are in those that are in the lawsuits, both from May and June of 2022. So if you go to my YouTube channel, the dreaded Rabble Rouser, you can check it out. The videos are called Lawrence Library First Incident and Lawrence Library Second Incident. And so again, My YouTube channel is the Dreaded Rabble Rouser. So like dreaded, like with the dreads, and then Rabble Rouser. These videos show just how un-American people are around here. And the mayor sits on the advisory board of the library and oversees not just the violation of our First Amendment rights here in this room, but anywhere there's city property, anywhere you guys have control, you're going to control the narrative. It's un-American. This commission is a bunch of un-American pussies.
Hi, room for one more? I'm here to talk about tolerance. It's not possible to tolerate what we celebrate. We can only tolerate that which we both do not celebrate and have the power to stop. We tolerate because we practice democracy. We have democracy because we practice tolerance. People can be wrong. People can believe things that are not true. We do not know everything, and things that we know to be true one day, we now know are demonstrably false later. Sometimes we have to hold the space to be wrong, or there's no room to learn. Thanks, that's all I got.
Hello, good evening. My name is Patrick Ross. I'm a member of the Save the Wakarusa River Valley group. Actually emailed a few documents earlier today. As the individual earlier stated, we're calling on the community to send public comment to the Army Corps of Engineers. That window is open until May 16th. If anyone is curious, the email that they should send comment to is regulatory.kansascity@usace.army.mil. And we've also created an online petition through a QR code. I don't know if you're able to share that or disseminate that with the public, but that would be helpful in getting that word out as well. And then I wrote a few words on May 1st on behalf of the group, or to share the group with the group. And I'd like to read those words now. This piece is titled May Day Words. What is Lawrence to you? Your childhood? The place you raised a family? The place you went to school? Are we Lawrence? Are we our past? Are we the ash the phoenix rose from? Are we immortal? Are we the church bell? Are we the meadowlark? Are we the sunrise and sunsets? Unfortunately, we allow only 4 people to define who we are now. It's nice to think that they act in the best interest of Lawrence, but their actions suggest otherwise. Demonstrative words and performative actions, this is the leadership we are offered. Our pleas answered, our wishes met every other Tuesday. We work while our city plans our future. Growth, progress, infill, tax base, housing shortage, vagrants. 2023, the city annexed land for the new Boston Crossing development project. The city limit expanded so a single person could make millions of dollars. City code, city and county agreements, H&H study hired by developer, public discussions, public evidence, outcry, destruction, floodplains, Clinton Lake, silt, watershed, 2,300 feet upstream, 2,500 feet down, Army Corps, half acre of wetland, 3 weeks for public comment. May 2nd BZA appeal meeting. Lawyers, Wichita. Lawrence indefinitely suspends testimony from the former official who wrote the code. No standing. Public commentary is not heard. Ground is broken. No indigenous representative was present. Methodist beliefs are to protect creation. Do Methodist universities agree? South Lawrence Traffic Way. Kansas Department of Transportation land for $1 to support wetland conservation is turned into $3 million. Haskell. Indigenous lands.
Time.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Hi, I'm Jamie Jones. I've lived in Lawrence since 2021, and I've been coming here off and on since 2004. Thank you. You, the commission, you work for us too. And I appreciate your time and things that you're trying to do, some things. But we need public comment. Don't throw away a huge part of Lawrence. We are not garbage people. You want our vote. You want our money, right? We need everyone's voice, not just large property owners or business owners, corporations, and politicians. We need the people's voice at this meeting to be heard. The people's voice, you know, there's a lot of us, and we do need to be heard. Don't let us down. Thank you.
Caitlin McDermott. I'm coming up on being a 20-year resident. I've often been in front of this commission or the previous commissions and asking for things or being critical of them, and I've been lucky enough more recently to come to these meetings and show my support along with fellow Justice Matters members for the work done on the Place for Everything plan. What I'm here right now, though, to speak about is that if you guys put up barriers to public comment, you're not only putting up barriers to criticisms, but you're putting up barriers to people who want to come and show their support of what you're doing. I know for a fact, having been in those meetings when public comment was not earlier, that it was very difficult to stay the course, and especially when you're trying to be supportive, it gets pretty late. And so not only will you be thwarting people who are just not able to be at meetings until 11 o'clock at night, but you are going to be cutting off people's ability to come and publicly support the work that you are doing that is good work. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rowan Schering. I'm a Lawrence resident, and there are a couple of things that I wanted to mention. One of them is that I know that it's been very important to a lot of people that I know, especially in the Indigenous community here, that there be a thorough and transparent investigation into Cole Brings Plenty's death. And I wanted to reiterate that here. Please urge them to reopen that and thoroughly investigate that. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is I know that earlier today a protester at the Palestine encampment in front of Fraser Hall at KU was arrested for interference with a law enforcement officer for refusing to get out of a tent that they were using as part of the protest there when all of the tents were being confiscated by police. And I don't think that's acceptable. I think that the city should make a statement about that being unacceptable. I know that the city can't control everything that happens halfway across the world, but we can at least not shut down the voices of the people who are here and students that are the students and other community members who are here protesting the way that our tax dollars are being used in this genocide. So I would appreciate it if you were able to make a statement about that or to look into why that was allowed to happen. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Any additional public comment in the room? Not seeing any. Sherry, any online?
Melinda Ball.
Hello, thank you for this time. I'm from the Save the Wakarusa River Valley group, and just wanted to quickly expand on the reference around the cancellation of May 2nd's BZA meeting. It was with great concern that we had found out that the appeal was pulled when the planning received a request by the developer's attorney to pull based off of lack of standing. However, it was reiterated that the appeal does not pertain to the rezoning specifically, which would require standing. Instead, the appeal resides on the administrative interpretation of the Land Development Code, which does not require standing. And after that was presented to planning, it was still not reinstated. So that's a concern of ours that, like Dominique had said, and also Patrick had mentioned, we do call for city staff, and you all included to request that appeal to be reinstated. Thank you again for your time and service.
Kevin Elliott.
Mayor Littlejohn, I'd like to thank you for your flexibility in allowing us to talk about public comments during the public comment section and not just during the regular session. Part of that flexibility is what makes us uniquely Lawrence. Part of what makes us uniquely Lawrence is that Lawrence is not the place where the First Amendment comes to die. If you don't want to hear from the people, I suggest each and every one of you commissioners get up and walk out that front door right now, because you have no business being here. If you don't want to hear from us, resign tonight and walk out that front door. Our uniqueness is what makes us different from the rest of Kansas. Can Lawrence be something more? Yes. If you want us to be something less, get up and walk out that front door. The power of Lawrence is being consolidated in the hands of a few privileged white men instead of a large, diverse representation of our community. If that's how you want to run Lawrence, that's not why you were elected. Get up and walk out that front door. Our community demands accountability, and you're failing that. If you don't want to hear from us, get up and walk out that front door. Our police need to be held accountable. We have a public commission for that. You don't want to hear from them. If you don't, but it's clear that the people of Lawrence want that commission. So if you want to consolidate that commission, get up and walk out the front door. I think I've made my message clear. Just on one other topic regarding emotional support animals. That is a privilege of particular people. It is not available to those who are in crisis or in desperate need, because Bert Nash chooses not to participate in support animals, and that leaves people who are low income or on the edges of society out of that process. I would ask that you look into emotional support animals and make sure the city is in compliance. Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay. All right, I'll move us on to item E, consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items identified as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. And as I said before, I think...
Yeah, I wanted to pull item E7C and E8E, I believe those were. Make sure on that.
Okay.
Yep.
Any additional items or? Not seeing any, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda absent those items.
Move that we approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of E7, C as in cat, and E8, E
I believe so.
as in Edwards.
Second.
Have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Passes 5-0. All right. So the first one, I think, is E7C, correct?
E, yes, C, I'm sorry, C.
Okay.
Yes. I pulled this on behalf of a community member who had contacted me, Jamie, I apologize on that, Miller, right? Hi, Jamie.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Jamie Miller. I use she, her pronouns. Each of the commissioners have received a copy of my written public comment via email, so I will not reiterate those statements. I will instead use this time to highlight some additional inherent flaws in the fighting words doctrine. Yates v. United States held that the First Amendment protects radical and reactionary speech unless it poses a clear and present danger. Therefore, speech that causes a listener to react in a manner that breaches the peace would still be protected speech so long as it didn't pose a clear and present danger. Brandenburg v. Ohio held that the government cannot punish inflammatory speech unless that speech is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and is likely to produce such lawless action. Therefore, unless a comment is intended to produce lawlessness and lawlessness follows, the government cannot punish the speech. The proposed language is, as used in this section, fighting words means words that by their very utterance inflict injury or tend to incite the listener to an immediate breach of peace. Let me provide a more relevant example. When I previously addressed this commission, immediately after identifying myself as a transgender person, Mayor Littlejohn referred to me as Mr. Miller multiple times. These words have inflicted injury upon me, as evidenced by my return to this topic nearly 1 year later. Would Mayor Littlejohn be guilty of disorderly conduct for failing to recognize my identity and causing me injury? My reaction at the time was to notify Mayor Littlejohn of this error and request a simple apology. He never offered such an apology, instead simply ignoring my request. If I had a stronger reaction, which met the criteria for breaching the peace, would Mayor Littlejohn then be guilty of disorderly conduct? It is reasonable to assume that a person who unapologetically misgenders a transgender person would know that such words would cause injury and would potentially or even likely incite that person to react in a manner to breach the peace. The fighting words doctrine the city is proposing through this ordinance is very controversial in First Amendment law, is overly broad in its application, has historically been used to silence political speech, and has been consistently reversed by the United States Supreme Court. It is bad law. We as a community can do much better. Lawrence is dedicated to building an inclusive community that creates a welcoming and safe environment for all people. This law essentially legalizes physical and emotional violence toward any individual who simply says something that the listener doesn't like. I encourage each of you to vote no on Ordinance 10045 and request the city attorneys to create a disorderly conduct ordinance founded in solid legal theory. Thank you.
I want to second everything he just said. She just said, I apologize.
Thank you.
That's how you do it.
Thank you.
That's how you do it. I did that on purpose so I could show you how to apologize. When a citizen, what?
Are you calling for public comment yet?
Right.
Oh,
Oh, I thought
yeah,
this was
no,
public comment.
No, he,
That individual.
I apologize.
that individual brought it up. Thank you, Sherry.
You're welcome.
I would like to have Tony or Randy speak to the ordinance changes.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Laura Graham, Assistant City Attorney. And I'm happy to address the issue to some extent or to answer your questions as it may be. Wanted to give you a little bit of background on why we are proposing this amendment to the ordinance, first and foremost. So on March 15th of this year, the Kansas Supreme Court ruled on a case that involved the city of Wichita's disorderly conduct ordinance. It struck certain language in their ordinance, which also resided in the Lawrence language ordinance, that was unconstitutionally overbroad. But the same section of the Wichita ordinance also included fighting words, and the court allowed that to stand. It did not strike that portion or find it unconstitutional. So the City of Lawrence's disorderly conduct code section, which is 14-409, as I said, includes that same language that was struck. We were proposing this ordinance amendment so as to alleviate that, get rid of that language that has been found problematic. But at the same time, we are putting the using fighting words language in there simply to bring Lawrence's disorderly conduct code section into alignment with Kansas statute, which prohibits disorderly conduct, and that is in KSA 21-6203. It contains virtually identical language. Furthermore, the City Attorney's Office consulted with the League of Kansas Municipalities on this issue and wanted to seek what their input was. The League publishes updates every year of the Uniform Public Offense Code, which many municipalities simply adopt wholesale. And it's going to publish, that is the League, is going to publish its next update this summer. When it does, it told us that its disorderly conduct section will, as Lawrence is proposing to do, eliminate the language that was struck down by the Kansas Supreme Court, but it will retain or continue to have using fighting words language in there. So we have looked into the fighting words doctrine, and there is case law that's been on the books since 1942 when the U.S. Supreme Court did uphold fighting words as a, something that could be regulated. And in fact, that case law remains intact. It remains solid. It's not very often applied, but that's not to say that it's not good law. Many times, the courts that have reviewed disorderly conduct charges that are based on fighting words have found that there were not fighting words present. But again, to reiterate, the law itself remains good. So fighting words tend to be viewed by the courts as words that, by their very utterance, inflict injury or tend to incite an immediate breach of the peace. So oftentimes they're epithets or disparaging or very abusive words. Again, while there are limited cases finding that fighting words have been spoken, indeed the case law remains intact. So we want to offer that for your consideration, and we've drafted the ordinance with that in mind.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any further questions?
I don't think so right now. Thank you.
All right. And I will say I apologize.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mayor.
Okay. Guess public comment. Now public comment.
Leaving where I left off, or starting where I left off. So according to your person over there, the fighting words doctrine is solid law. But she even goes so far as to say that cases which have been based on fighting words and disorderly conduct charged, they found that there were no fighting words. Now, let me tell you what that means. It means it's subjective. Subjective. Okay? That's the problem. And that's his problem, because it's subjective. Bart Littlejohn, I think you're an unapologetic asshole. Are those fighting words? Can they be? Might they be? Lisa Larson, I think you're an amnesiac Nazi. Are those fighting words? Can they be? I think the chief is a tyrannical criminal. Are those fighting words? Can they be? Do you see what I'm getting at? Free speech, as declared in the Cohen case. Free speech must be protected, including that speech which stirs emotion and stirs controversy. That's why free speech exists. That's why we retain free speech. People behind me that are scowling and shaking their heads and acting like I'm the problem in here are part of the problem, because they've forgotten what their rights are. And they've forgotten the people that died to protect those rights in Nazi Germany. And it's shameful that that's happened. So if you're going to use the fighting words doctrine, you better make sure you understand what a true threat is. True threat is not mentioned in your law. Why not? Because that's really where your line is. The fighting words doctrine does not cover much because it's so damn subjective. True threats, that's something that covers something. If I was to come in here and tell you I was going to assault you outside, that would be a true threat. If I was going to tell you that as soon as you walk out the door, I'm going to do X, that is a true threat. While I'm up here, I want to make a point. No matter how loud I am, volume does not dictate disorderly conduct. No matter what's on my face, volume does not dictate disorderly conduct. I can stand up here and grit my teeth and talk all I want to, and it's not disorderly. Make sure you understand what subjectivity is, because you just got an example of the subjective things that are going to get you in trouble, and they're going to get you sued even more.
Hi, I'm Jamie Miller. I use she, her pronouns.
Jamie, since you already spoke before, you can only speak the one time.
I didn't speak for public comment.
Huh? Oh, yeah. That's a loophole. Look at
Thank
you.
you, Mayor.
Well done, Jamie. Well done. Well done.
I would like to respond to the comments made by City Attorney Laura Graham. And Laura and I have collaborated on some other work for this city, and we appreciate everything that the City Attorney's Office does for us. However, I would disagree with her statements that the Supreme Court has upheld the fighting words doctrine, when in fact, over the years since it was first initiated or came to being by the Supreme Court in 1942. The Supreme Court over the years has in fact narrowed that doctrine, specifically in my example of the Bradenburg v. Ohio case, where it narrowed it to the point of inflammatory speech has to have the intent of causing lawlessness, and it speaks to the imminence of the lawlessness, meaning there is no other option, but by my speaking certain words, lawlessness must then follow. So I would disagree with a lot of what Attorney Laura Graham said. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers. Can you fart knockers give me an example of what a fighting word is? Like, is that word fart knocker, is that a fighting word? Because I found out this year, like, it's actually a gay slur. Like, it's like a long time ago. And some of us, like, I've heard that word used before, and it's just used in a joking manner, but some of these words we use, if you look in the past of them, they're problematic. Also, what happens if we pass this and someone is misgendered? Are we going to say that's a fighting word now? Also, what if someone uses the N-word? Like, I know I can't use it. What if a Native American uses it? What if a black person uses it, but they're not doing it in a, like I'm sorry.
Just step away from it.
Okay, I'm going to keep going. No, what if a black person uses the N-word, but they're not in a friendly manner to another black person? It's like that worthless, because I've seen that happen before too. So I was just wondering, can staff give an example of fighting words that aren't covered by the threat, like the threat law Michael was talking about? So, I mean, if they can't give an example, like, why can't we just use the threat, the threat or whatever as the law? Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mr. Littlejohn, I'm sorry, can you ask people to
I could hear it all the way over here.
I appreciate that. Yes, everybody, if you could go ahead and be quiet while another person is speaking up at the podium, I would greatly appreciate it. It helps us all. This room is a little bit weird, so even if you were speaking in a whisper in the corner of the room, we can hear it up here, or it can be heard in different areas of the room. Thank you very much.
Hi. Again, my name is Rowan Schering. I'm a Lawrence resident. I just wanted to say that I personally do not see the benefit of including the fighting words doctrine. It seems like it has a lot of potential to limit people's freedom of speech when they come to make public comment. And it is true that that convictions based on it have been consistently reversed by the Supreme Court. I don't understand why copying the Kansas State Code on it is necessary if it's already in the Kansas State Code. We don't have to include things just because they're already somewhere else. And I don't understand the benefit of including this. And it seems like it has a lot of potential chilling effects on people's speech, and it seems like it could be used, even if ultimately it doesn't hold up, to silence people when they come to say things that are important to them, to the body of the commission. So, thank you.
This one's going to probably get passed, I'm going to say. Hard to really argue this one. When it comes to the order of public comment, it's pretty obvious that this can have a new chilling effect. With this one, it's more of, I think City Hall just trying to do more of the same thing you've always done in trying to push past people that are kind of vaguely threatening or just using time to insult City Hall. That being said, everyone that's pointed this out about this, I don't think this will really change much. The subjectivity of this subject pretty much just means that anything that you've been doing so far, I think will continue to have its same effect. Courts will knock down stuff that doesn't have that much standing. It really has to be a vague threat against you guys, which, don't get me wrong, I've heard COVID around really brought out a lot of the people that came around and had a lot of vague death threats towards a lot of city officials. And so I get where this is coming from. Again, this is just back to kind of what I was referring to, kind of the unintentional chilling effect of it. We still have to take into consideration that I think there is value in just letting people let off this steam. That 3 minutes doesn't really hurt the council all that much. I think that any of us can kind of just let people say their piece and then walk away from it, even if we don't like what they're saying. And trust me, there's plenty of people that have come up here and had a litany of things that I don't like, that you guys don't like, that really not many people, but a very small minority within the community would like. But that's kind of the beauty of any of these comments around it. It brings out the best of community members. It brings out the craziest of community members. It's something very Kansan, I want to say. Not that that's unique specifically to our state. At the end of the day, and I think Mr. Accountability over here kind of demonstrated the way in which this won't change much. At the end of the day, courts will knock down any of this that's used haphazardly. And so if it's just insults, I can't see you guys needing to use this. But if it's vague death threats, hey, there's laws around that. It's something that's probably shouldn't be within any of these meetings, but it's an element of it. Take it seriously, don't take it seriously. It's, of course, up to you guys. But But at the end of the day, I'm just talking because we're talking about free speech. You know what happened the last time. In conclusion, you're all bastards, and I'm going to plow all of your mothers conscientiously and lovingly later on. Have a good one.
Hi, it's Jamie again, Jamie Jones here, and I'm talking about the inclusion of the fighting words doctrine. I'm worried about this part because the inclusion of the fighting words doctrine is so open to interpretation. It could easily be used in corrupt ways to silence people. Instead of silencing people, or we could have like a reminder before the commission meetings to, try to speak respectfully, or, we could have a reminder, but I just don't think it's going to be really taken well. Thank you.
My name is Amy with live in Lawrence. I would just like to say I have seen the two-tier justice system so frequently recently with everything going on with Trump, and I can see how this could be used and be turned bad just because, one thing's good for one group of people, but one thing's not good for another group of people. So I think it's a bad idea. Thank you.
I just wanted to add that the term fighting words sounds like something third graders would talk about on the playground, because that's exactly what it is. It takes very specific kinds of Americans to even think about pursuing that issue. It's the same type of people that are ruining America.
Okay, it's not looking like there's any additional public comment here in the, okay.
Sorry, just kidding. I actually did not intend to show up to speak at public comment, but I spent 6 years living in Oklahoma, where they're very proud to have a them's fighting words situation, and I know a lot of people have talked about how this could be used to censor people. I am also concerned about how a guy on a corner who doesn't like anything you're saying can just say them's fighting words, and if you repeat them, he can assault you. Which is something that I heard a variety of individuals express in a variety of different situations across Oklahoma in every place that I went to. I don't know if it's because I showed up looking real queer, and that's a thing that I really can't help doing. But I am concerned about the fact that this could absolutely be used in the opposite direction as well. Because of the subjectivity of it, there is no definition of what's fighting words. There is not. But if someone says it in the moment that those are, and it continues, that almost establishes legal validity to assault someone. And I'm not sure I'm not a legal scholar, my colleagues are, but in the moment, it's gonna keep you from feeling safe anywhere you go, and that's what I'm afraid of.
All right.
Hi, David Baston. Yeah, I agree with the people here that fighting words is pretty vague of description. I mean, I know people that fight at the drop of a hat and people that are really passive, and so who are you going to be judging that by? Someone that, oh, one little thing hits the floor and they're ready to punch you out, or are you going to be at the other end of the spectrum? It seems like those words will, I think, once they're challenged specifically, those words at the Supreme Court, it's probably going to, I would think they would not have them. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Okay, not seeing any. I think we'll check on Zoom for public comment.
Nan Leffingwell.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Nan Leffingwell, a resident of Lawrence, Kansas. First, I want to thank the Commissioners that responded to my email about the ordinance we currently have in place for public spaces that ensure the peaceful assembly and freedom of speech for protesters. As a professional whose work and income are threatened by proposed federal actions like H.R. 8038, which could restrict access to platforms like TikTok, I am acutely aware of the significance of both free speech and civil discourse. I have become concerned by the increased incidences of threats of violence against citizens who have expressed their views here, and threats of violence against commissioners for carrying out their duties. Ordinance 145, with its proposed revision to define fighting words more clearly, this refinement focuses on language with intent to inflict injury or incite violence. In my view, this revision is not about maintaining a vague standard of decorum based on perceived obscenity, rather ensuring that our community is a safe space for all members of our community to participate in democratic engagement. In this information age where every word we choose carries weight, as a creative, I face daily decisions to write headlines that play on fears and make profit, or to craft messages that connect people to their aspirations. We stand at a similar crossroads today with our governance. We can choose words that unite us or those that divide us, playing into the hands of our very real-world adversaries. Our democratic principles thrive on robust yet respectful debate. I endorse this ordinance revision so to protect our forums from becoming battlegrounds and ensure they remain grounds for respectful civic dialogue. Thank you for your commitment to our community's safety and democratic values, and it is my sincerest hope that all those who serve our community on either side of the podium can do so safely. Thank you.
Kevin Elliott.
Hi there. As I said earlier, I don't want Lawrence to become the place where free speech goes to die. Uniquely, Lawrence, is hate language a fighting language? Why or why not? You need to answer that before you start bandying around the term. Uniquely, Lawrence, is our corrupt DA ready to accept all complaints against hate language as fighting words? If that's the route you want to take, then be ready to back it up. So maybe we can use this. But I have to disagree with my friend Kirby. There's a lot of damage that can be done with this. You can call something fighting words, and then by the time Michael Arabi or Dr. Spees gets through the court case, they've been silenced, whether or not the court throws it out. And I think our city attorney has done us a big disservice by not actually reporting to us on the history of fighting language on the court docket. She said the term itself was protected, but she didn't talk about the use of the term, which is generally not upheld. And I think that sort of failure of our city attorney is part of what we need to address. Not the people, not silencing the people, but cleaning out the corruption in the city staff. Thank you.
Stephen Watts. Stephen Watts.
Hi. Let's see, can we push the buttons? Yeah, the video isn't starting. You're able to see that? Hello?
Nope.
No, sir. We can hear you, but can't see you.
Okay, that's all right. I just wanted to point out to the commission that I have been texting since 6:33 to the so-called monitor to get some information, and nothing, there's no response. At the beginning of every meeting, there's stated that this text chat is monitored. I have asked for clarification in the text chat with respect to where items are on the agenda, and
Stephen, is this regarding fighting words?
no, I am trying to be civil and point out about civility. Is this text chat monitored by staff to get answers to questions inside the meeting, please?
Mayor, the only chat I see is from Kevin Elliott, so.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm checked. It says City Hall video, direct message. Who can see your messages? Recording on. And this isn't the first time, Mayor. No, this is typical. Am I doing something incorrect? I don't think so. This is all about civility inside government. Why are these text chats avoided?
So, Stephen, perhaps we can have somebody get with you after
we can
this.
talk about it later, Mayor. I'm just trying to point out to you in terms of, this is a reality, sir. This is the way there is a duality in participation in government. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, real quick on a point of order, is there someone specifically in the chat that if folks are virtual and they have questions, they should be contacting?
Anyone on Zoom, sorry, can I answer that?
Yes, absolutely. It's related to his question and Commissioner Sellers' question.
Yeah, anyone that is on Zoom can send a chat, and I'm watching it. Mr. Elliott messaged me earlier about whether he'd be able to speak twice on this item regarding public comment, and I responded. So, yes, I because I'm managing many things and
Right.
not always responding as quickly as folks may want, but it pops up on my screen as soon as someone sends it.
Thank you, Sherry. I think the key point of that is that, for point of clarification, that the message should go to you.
The chat.
I think that's the only person they can chat with. We have it set up so all chats go to the meeting host, and I am the
Right.
host.
Because when I open up chat, I see Sherry as the host, and everything else is ancillary. So the idea is that if someone is virtual and they have a question, they should be directing those questions to the host.
Yes, and I am certain, I'm happy to send some screenshots and direction to Mr. Watts, but because I receive other chats from individuals, not staff, but individuals,
Right.
my assumption is it's working properly.
No, I just wanted to make that, just point of order for a point of clarity, that in order for someone, if they're virtual, they need to be chatting with the host. And that should be highlighted in the drop down when someone goes to chat.
And we can try to make those directions more clear in our opening statements as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any further, I'll give you a chance to go ahead and make that note.
Oh, sorry, Mayor. That's all the comments.
Okay. I'll go ahead and bring it back to us. Any further conversation?
You're the lawyer. What do you think about some of these? So I have a question about, if I may, the issue is the people are ascertaining from all the history and all the past conditions and reviews of these fighting words doctrine that it's hard to enforce. It's been over, when it's been applied, it's been overturned many times. Is that right? Is that what I'm hearing? And can you clarify, is this really kind of a useless tool at this point in time?
Well, there's two questions on any constitutional issue in law. Someone could help me if I'm wrong, but if it's as written, basically on its face and as applied, right? And so on its face, if a court says it's vague, on its face it's vague, it's understandable, that they can strike it down on its face just by reading the language. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things that happened in the case. And by the way, one of the reasons we have to take some action tonight is we have language in our code that has been struck down by the Supreme Court. Right. So at the very least, we have to strike that language. Right. And they looked at that language and said, as written as on its face, that's vague and we should strike it down. Fighting words on its face is not considered vague since 1942, and under the Supreme Court, they said it's not vague as written. What everyone else is talking about is as applied. It is very hard to be applied. And another example you've heard a lot about is obscene, like when they say something cannot be obscene. Most courts hold the word obscene as being not vague on its face, but as applied, it's very tricky. And so this language is in the Kansas statute, and the Kansas Supreme Court, and it was in the Wichita statute, the Kansas Supreme Court said on its face, it is not vague. Now, what everyone else has pointed out is whenever it's tried to be applied, many times people try to apply it, and the court says, well, as applied. Well, there is an exception for fighting words, but that ain't it. And that happens over and over. And so, I mean, I think what everyone's saying is, I mean, I think everyone's kind of saying the same thing, but it's the question is, are you talking about on its face or on as applied? So, as written, as on its face, if we adopt this, the Kansas Supreme Court has upheld it, the U.S. Supreme Court has upheld it, and it's in the Kansas statute. So on its face, I don't have a problem with it. As applied, if we try to use it, you know, that's where you run into issues, and that's what everyone, I think, commenting is saying. I would also note that this, even if we don't put it in our statute, it is in the Kansas statute. So disorderly conduct under KSA 21-6203 includes this language. So it would still technically be a crime anywhere in the state of Kansas, even if it's not a crime under our local ordinance. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, thanks. That's what I needed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any additional conversation or discussion?
I'll just make a brief note, even though I'm not an attorney. I do have some lived experience, so I think that counts for a lot of what we're speaking to here tonight. And without using legal language speak, I appreciate those who've come to talk about this. And I think if what didn't happen several weeks ago, interesting enough, the night that we had all the Kofifi, if we should say Kofefe, is that we actually passed this on first reading. And my vote's not going to change, but I wanted to say why my vote's not going to change, because I see an opportunity, not an opportunity. We're living through, how do we take something that we say to be what we want to stand for and how we interpret it in action. And so where I stand now, what I believe in and what I affirm to be, I would pass this. Is it overkill because it's in state statute? Perhaps, maybe so. That's a whole nother conversation. But I look at this from a perspective of context and intent, and that's how the interpretation comes to be. And I give the example, I appreciate what Mr. Flowers was trying to say. I was trying to gently back him out of the conversation in regards to utilizing the N-word and whether or not black people use the hard R to say that to another black person. In my 43 years on this earth, I have never had another black person call me the hard R, jokingly or unjokingly. So, because that would be some fighting words within the whole aspect of that. But I think, what we have seen and what occurred on the night of the 16th and how this comes to play and how this may come into practice in this room, to me, is based on context and intent. I've had an individual in this room say that they were going to blow me up. I've had someone in this room use the hard R. Didn't necessarily direct it towards me, didn't necessarily direct it towards the mayor, didn't necessarily direct it towards any other person on this commission, but it was stated. And so I have to look at that from a context, I have to look at that from context and intent. And so, I don't know, we don't know what we don't know. But on its face, I need this. I personally need this, our community needs this. And I think how the court applies it or how it goes into application, that's for us, that's the next step. And so, it's not the perfect answer. I'm not a perfect person, and neither is anyone else in this room. But based on my lived experience and understanding how I approach life from the aspect of context and intent, and so whatever you say to me, the context of which you say it, the intent in which you say it, it helps me understand what you're planning, what your interpretation of what you want that exchange to be. And so I give words power. I choose whether or not I give words power. Someone who calls me, not to be provocative, a nigger does not piss me off because it has no power over me. Someone who calls someone a pussy or says pussies, that word has no power over me because there's a whole lot of patriarchal and binary other things that we can talk about in that power, because I have one of those and I'm pretty powerful. So I don't feel un-American or less powerful because of a piece of my body that I have or I may not have. It's about the context and the intent and what power I give to in the interpretation. So I know what the person was trying to interpret, but it had no power over me. So I think that's the difference between what it means on paper and how it is then interpreted or applied in application. So I just needed to say that because we've had 2 weeks to kind of mull over everything, and this has a lot to do with that. And I think as things continue to process for this commission and for our community, it's a good conversation for us to have, and it shows that we're willing to do the difficult work and continue to do it collectively as well. So thank you.
Any additional discussion?
I guess I want to understand a little bit more about, I know where you have to do this from an administrative standpoint. I understand why we did it originally, and I didn't really realize how fundamentally flawed the application of the fighting words doctrine is. It's been brought to my attention quite a bit, and I really never touched upon this much because it never really got into this case before. So for me, if they took away all of the specific words in C, and we're not, if the Supreme, or which was it, Supreme Court that struck down this wording, I guess?
Yeah, the Kansas Supreme
The
Court.
Kansas Supreme Court. So if we can't use offensive, obscene, abusive, engaging in noisy or offensive or conduct lending reasonably to arouse alarm, anger, or resentment, in other words, if those specific words were too much, was it too broad?
Too vague.
Too vague. But yet fighting words isn't vague enough? Isn't vague?
Yeah, that's exactly, because it's existed since 1947.
So because
in law.
the doctrine, and that's what I think she was getting at,
Yeah.
and that's what I've understood, and that's why I didn't think it was a really deal. But I guess what I'm struggling with is they struck down language that was more specific, and we couldn't apply it. Why would we bother with something so vague, other than we feel like it may be useful in some conditions or certain circumstances? But to this point, I haven't heard a circumstance where it'd be super effective, or the intent has to be clear, I guess, from what I've read before. So I guess I hate putting things on the books that we really have no way of enforcing. And I guess I also understand how it could be useful, especially in light of what has happened many times in the past and more recently, where we don't have any control over certain conditions and things that are coming into the room. So that's really the only thing that concerns me the most, is when we don't have concern or control and things happen and we don't have the power to control the situation. And so I don't know if this is actually going to give us that. That's what I'm concerned about based on case law. So that's the only thing that's come about since the last time we talked about this. So for me, I guess I want to make sure I understand if it's useful, fine, but if those other words are no good, I just still don't understand how fighting words is going to be useful to us in applying the rules. So maybe somebody can make me feel comfortable with that.
Well, we can't use the other words.
Yeah, right, exactly. Or just, so it's nothing or fighting words, basically, at this point in time.
That's what the Kansas Supreme Court left
That's
us
right.
with.
Yeah. And the state of Kansas uses fighting words regardless.
Correct.
So superimposed over our city.
So I don't know if you guys understand what I'm trying to say about
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
utilitarian nature of
I got
something. The rules, we can't define what it is as the legal act. I have a hard time trying to regulate it, that's all.
Well,
That's,
well, fortunately, the entire state of Kansas is in this place too.
Yeah. and I'll say, I mean, to you, your point is, I mean, that's where all these lawsuits come from, right? I mean,
Exactly.
under subsection B, disturbing an assembly not unlawful in its character,
That's right.
right? So that has not been held to be vague on its face, but someone gets arrested for disturbing an assembly not unlawful in its character, you fight about whether or not you disturbed it, and you fight about whether or not, as applied, it was unlawful in its character. So there's also cases where sometimes the court says yes, sometimes the court says no. And so, I mean, that's what it means to be as applied, and that's why you have challenges up and down the books on that. So I mean, I guess the fighting words to me, although rarely used on its face, is valid, and there could be a situation in which it is upheld in some of the situations that we're talking about as a pure threat. There could be an example of that where they did that. And if it wasn't on the books, then you wouldn't have that option. So, I mean, I think that's my phrase. So
Still have the option through the Kansas statute.
Someone could be charged under the Kansas statute.
Okay, just want to make sure I understood. Okay, thank you.
All right. Everybody in a place where they can go ahead and vote on this? All right, I would entertain a motion.
I would move to adopt on second and final reading ordinance number 10045, amending City Code Section 14-409 on disorderly conduct.
And second?
Division. Can we call for a roll call vote?
What was that?
I said I called division for a roll call vote.
Okay. Well, I didn't get
Need a motion for a second?
yeah.
Oh, there wasn't a second?
No, there wasn't a second.
Oh, well, yeah, hurry up.
Well,
Second, division. Roll call vote.
Okay. All right. Roll call vote. If you are in favor, please say aye, and I will go through the commission. And if you are opposed, please say nay, and I will go through the commission. Commissioner Sellers.
Abstain.
Okay. Commissioner Larson.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Finkeldye.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dever.
I'm going to say nay.
Mayor Littlejohn. Yay. Yes. So it passes.
3-1-1.
It passes 3-1, one abstention.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Moving us on to E8E. Commissioner Larson.
Yes. Again, I pulled this on behalf of a couple community members who would like to make comment on this. I think I saw both of them here. Sarah Hill Nelson and Jim Bateman. Yeah, Jim, yeah.
Hearing aid. It's not good back there.
My name is Jim Bateman. I'm a resident of Lawrence since 1974. Regarding the plan, I appreciate that the city and the county have worked together to create this plan. It acknowledges a significant problem that requires multiple parties to work together towards solutions. But while we need long-term solutions and goals, these are good things, but we cannot ignore the here and now, the present. We need long-term goals to maintain focus, but we should not ignore what's in front of us. We urgently need to address current conditions. We have unhoused people living in unsafe conditions. We have people living where there are no water facilities, no restroom facilities, no trash facilities, no trash services. So this is a problem right now. The plan lists, realistically, goals that stretch out for years, but it says nothing about developing a plan for what's in front of us right now. The house is on fire, and we're talking about how big the fire truck should be and where we should put the next fire station. we're not dealing with today. This plan includes expected dates by which certain goals should be met, which is a good thing, and collaboration with HMIS partners is also very important. I think our plan should have more detailed requirements and issues to state. Progress toward our goals should require regular, detailed accounting of success or failure in specific activities to address homelessness. Regular reporting might address such questions as these. How many are currently living in Camp X? How many have we made contact with this month or this quarter? How many were we able to move into more permanent housing? How many left town? How many did we move into job support, substance abuse treatments, counseling of other kinds? How many did we lose track of because they just left town or we moved them to an unsanctioned camp? We need this data in real time, and we need it to work in the here and now. And you, commissioners, county commissioners, city commissioners, both need this information because you're the ones that the public will hold accountable for the situations we have. Our plan needs to promote efforts to prevent homelessness among our existing residents. I don't know if it's by plan or design or accident, but we should address the inflow of new homeless coming to town. And we have those. How do we deal with that? That's not being discussed that I've seen. Not stemming the flow makes it harder to provide the services to our existing residents. We cannot mint money, and we cannot staff LCS as it is now. Lastly, it appears that adopting this resolution would obligate the city to spend large sums of money without public input.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's not public comment yet.
That's Sarah. Sarah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she.
So I had asked to pull the one before. Did I not get an extra 3 minutes like everybody else did?
Oh, I don't know. Somebody else asked too.
Yeah, somebody, I believe Jamie had asked.
Jamie, it was Jamie.
Jamie had asked them.
I had asked though too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Two people asking, and we're giving them all time.
I was unaware.
Yep,
So.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sarah Hill-Nelson, and I'm here tonight to invite the community to an event tomorrow evening at the Lawrence Public Library. It's from 6:30 to 8. The event centers around a really important book called The Least of Us, which shares stories about the meth and fentanyl crisis across America. And the author, Sam Quinones, will be speaking to raise awareness about meth and fentanyl, its impact on our communities, and stories of various communities' efforts to address the crisis. So we will have key community resources such as DECA and Heartland Health, and a panel providing information about substance use treatment that's available in our community today. And I read the book because I work in the river corridor, and daily I am encountering and talking with people that are really deeply struggling with meth and fentanyl addiction. And they will talk to me about how difficult it is to get treatment in the community. So they might decide that they want treatment, but they don't have access to those resources. So I raise this about the event at the library not only to encourage people to attend, but also because I am concerned that the current plan does not sufficiently address the issues with substance use disorder and its impact on homelessness. It talks about supportive housing, but it is so much more serious than that. There's a whole very deep and serious discussion that has to happen about treatment. So I think a place for everyone starts to address it, but it needs to go much farther. And I understand we do not want to characterize addiction as the only cause of homelessness. There are as many causes of homelessness as there are humans suffering from homelessness. But I also really believe it's a mistake to minimize the impact that meth and fentanyl are having on our community. So it impacts people at every socioeconomic level, okay? But the problem is it's really challenging to remain housed when you are deep in meth and fentanyl addiction. And my concern is that our plan sweeps that under the rug. And I would love for our community to have clear and open and empathetic discussions about substance use disorder and what's happening with meth and fentanyl crisis in America today. And I think to have a plan to address homelessness without openly discussing that, without judgment, misses a core component of what I see happening in the river corridor every single day. So for me, almost every day I go to work and I come in contact with people that are deeply struggling, and it's a tragedy, and I do not see those resources available in our community today. And it's really hard to watch. So I hope everyone will consider attending the library event. Thank you.
Okay, I will open it up to questions.
Yeah, I had a question. I would like to better understand our vote on this tonight. If we vote yes, what does it actually obligate the city to?
I don't know if Brandon can talk about this a little bit in a little bit more detail, but it's a plan. It's like many of our comprehensive plans that we have for different systems. We obligate ourselves when we adopt an annual budget. So there are long-range plans that we have to fund each year, and we find out a way to fund those each time. This is a systems plan. It's a systems plan that includes lots of partners and agencies, including federal government, including state, including our county, including not-for-profit agencies. And so it doesn't obligate us to fund anything, but it does say this is the plan that we should be pursuing as we build our plans on an annual basis and a multi-year basis for funding. So this doesn't actually obligate us to do that. It lays out a roadmap so our community understands where we're trying to go.
So I just make sure what I heard you say was that it does not financially obligate us to the dollar amounts that have been.
That's right. It's giving us an estimate, and it's telling us this is something we need to be planning for if this is our intent, if this is our destination. And by both the city commission and the county commission adopting this, then it is stating to the community, this is where we're trying to go, and it's going to take work and resources.
Thank you.
Any additional questions?
I think, and of course, changes to the plans or augmentation or focusing on short-term goals like some people talk about, and one of the things I care about is, a long-range plan and a short-range plan. But in this instance, we're committing a vision, but none of the long-term funding, because commissions can't bind over future commissions anyway, so I don't believe without unless we're buying bonds or something, this is something we're going to have to fund annually through our annual budget. So, in essence, we cannot tie into a $50 million budget at this point in time anyway, correct?
That's correct, and the Kansas statutes have provisions to ensure that it's an annual appropriation state. Yeah.
Okay, so, and in that case, this plan is our intention that we are moving forward, but we can add to or subtract from this plan as we move forward in order to better tailor it to our city and to the circumstances that we have today, correct? I mean,
absolutely. It's a living document.
I wasn't, I came on afterwards. After reading it, that's what it feels like to me. It's a blueprint, and alterations can be made on site as necessary.
Inevitably, they will.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions? Not seeing any, I'll open it up to public comment.
I'll pause my public comment if you'd like to pose this question to him. Does approving this plan authorize the city manager to spend money? Please, somebody ask him that question for the public. Somebody needs to ask him.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think I was trying to get to that point.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we talked about.
It's really the same answer. I can spend money that's in the budget. So your annual appropriation authorizes certain expenditures. There are thresholds that that need approval by the city commission each time those are made.
Okay. Now I'll commence with my public comment.
Okay.
Because what happens now is he makes sure that the things that come to you stay below that threshold. And he just spends money. We've talked about that, sir. And that's how it works. See, unfortunately, they pissed off a lot of people with this homeless stuff, and I just happen to have all the emails, including the ones Tony sent, including the ones Diane Stoddard sent, including the ones Craig Owens sent. He's going to spend your money, and you're going to allow him to. If you're going to pass this without the underlying plans, what's the point? As I've been saying all along, we have a great overall, but we're not implementing anything down below. We have a treatment and recovery center that tells addicts in that room seeking treatment that we don't do treatment here. I had a meeting with Patrick Smith this week. Hopefully we'll make some progress in that area. You guys have ignored it, and you're going to continue to give him money. You're going to continue to let him spend money. He'll split it up, and he'll keep it below the thresholds. I've got the emails that show it. You're busted.
Please direct all inquiries or comments to the commission, please.
Okay.
Just want to say. Okay. You can generalize, but please direct them to us. Thank you.
Look, it's me again. Caitlin McDermott. I'm here to once again say thank you for doing this plan. I understand, as does many of the people in our community, that it is not a perfect plan. It may not have all of the detail that some of us would like to see, but it is a start, and it is a far cry from where we were a few years ago. I know that a lot of people have put in a lot of work. I am dedicated to not only holding your feet to the fire, but also celebrating when we reach our goals and when people have houses and when the homeless problem is resolved. But it also needs to include voices from our homeless members in our community, and I hope that you guys continue to push and integrate and find places where you will listen to those voices and have those people at the table when decisions are being made about their lives. Wow, I talk fast today. I didn't write anything out. Thank you guys. Keep working, keep pushing. I think a lot of the detail that the gentleman who spoke first is looking for, as far as the statistics and what's happening right now, hopefully will be resolved with the by names list, which is part of the Built for Zero plan, which you guys have finally decided to back and have in your plan, and was brought to you by the members of Justice Matters. If you guys want to get involved in Justice Matters, I encourage everyone to do that. Thank you.
I was lucky enough to work in the camp for some time while the city camp still existed. The causes of homelessness, as someone said, was as numerous as the people that were out there being homeless, and that's very much true. In the process of trying to gently encourage people to kind of get past whatever barrier they might have to housing, constantly there would be systemic issues, personal issues, mental health, and quite a bit drug addiction. Fentanyl being a big one that I feel would almost block anyone from really taking to whatever next step. For some, it jeopardized it completely, and I had situations where I had to at least help try to assist people in being resuscitated. That being said, I think the city is going in the right direction. A housing first initiative with services that are at least affordable to the public is a way forward that I think many cities aren't doing. When I look to other cities in Kansas, I see almost no homeless program whatsoever. Almost all of it is kind of supplemented by religious organizations, nonprofits, and mutual aid groups. And while they do a world of difference, they can't exactly solve the problem on their own. I appreciate all that you guys have done on this issue towards doing this, but I fear that there are some elements within town that can hinder some of this. Businesses have formed into somewhat of coalitions to harass the homeless. The police can sometimes be overzealous or procedural in enforcement of certain laws that result in them being badgered, whether intentionally or unintentionally. These are the concerns I had kind of on the ground when trying to help people as best as I could. I don't know the exact answer, and as before, I've always said that what's important is that we are trying to do something. In many cities, there is no attempt. The homeless are pushed around from location to location, having their stuff stolen, having their stuff destroyed, either by the authorities or by just other people trying to take advantage of them. Here, I think we have a level of assistance on that, but there's still a lot of ways to go. There's plenty we can do, and I just hope that you will still go the extra mile towards trying to deal with those issues. I don't know what exactly that might be, but also I'm trying to talk for as long as possible because of freedom of speech. That being said, these have been my sincere, full opinions, and I hope it helps you deal with this very serious issue that I'm dealing with. Thank you.
Any additional public comment here in the room?
And so that's got to be a part of the plan as well.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Wanda Haney, a Lawrence resident. On April 28th, over 500 members of our community gathered to urge elected officials to approve, fund, and implement the A Place for Everyone strategic plan. As members of Justice Matters, we are here today to ask you to formally approve the plan this evening, create the budget needed to fund the plan in September, and support the on-time implementation of the plan to end chronic homelessness by 2028. Ending chronic homelessness is an attainable goal, and we appreciate the city and county's effort to solve for our community what is a problem in many places across the country. Thank you.
All right. Looks like we got a couple.
Hi, my name is Tim Hamilton. I'm at 1325 Naismith. I'm also an economist and a professor of economics. I've spoke last year, and I warned that there's a process going on called what I called wealthification. It's kind of like gentrification. And what is basically occurring is that property values continue to elevate somewhat because they go up. We get outside investment that comes in, bids up the value of those properties. In addition to that, the mill levies go up, which you guys are very familiar with. And the end result is the property taxes get higher and higher for the citizens that are here. It's not a lot. It's maybe $30 a month this year. Maybe it'll be 50 the next year, then 70 the next year, and then it starts to add up. And then pretty soon, you're 5 years down the road, and it's $500 or $600 more, and someone on a fixed income just can't afford that. A lot of the middle income earners are getting to the point that they're going to start leaving. And as this happens, you have more and more of your tax base leaves, but you have very wealthy individuals come in and buy those houses. So you have a transformation taking place. So you have low income, or pretty much will live on the outskirts of the city, come into work, and the middle income earners will leave. But at the same time, we have this dynamic of homeless blowing up. And what happens when we spend more money on homeless, it attracts more homeless. I see this because I ride the 510 connector to Johnson County Community College, and I see at least two new, what appear to be, God bless them, homeless individuals coming from the hub of Johns County Community College, and they drop off at the Dillons on 23rd Street. So we have this sort of population blowing up because they're looking for services, and it's a cruel world. Nobody else gives them those services. But we have two things happening simultaneously. Our tax base encouraging wealthier and wealthier individuals to move here, while at the same time we have a homeless base goes up. So we can look at San Francisco as kind of where I see that we're headed, unfortunately. What we ought to ask as city council, city commissioners, what is the per person cost for the homeless? Which gets back to Jim's idea of statistics. I've heard $55,000 per person. I've heard 53, I don't know what it is. But you really, before you vote on this or anything, you ought to know that information and let us, the public, know what that is, whatever it is. And if it's anything above $40,000, we ought to consider a universal basic income as an alternative. It'd save us money.
Time.
I just wanted to add something quickly. I've seen that we've had 2 officers walking downtown, and if I'm not mistaken, that was an initiative that we decided on when we voted on appropriating all the money to this issue. And I'm just curious what that has led to, if there's been any difference as a result of doing that. And my 2 cents are that we should be sending social workers and other aid workers to reach out and engage with the public in need beyond just sending 2 patrol officers. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
My name is Joel Riggs. I'm a well over 20-year resident of Lawrence. I am an attorney, practice throughout the state of Kansas. This has been an adventure this evening. Listening to this, first I want to thank all the commissioners and the mayor for their service. I can see now firsthand that it's somewhat thankless, and you get it from all sides. And I think that everybody on the commission has evidenced good faith and a willingness to work for their community, and that is appreciated. But I also want to share some of my frustrations that were echoed by the economist that just stated what I think some of my concerns are about adopting a plan when we don't know what the population is, we don't know what the cost per unit is, and that by doing this, what is going to happen, he indicated, and I think I agree with that, is the more that we provide services to this community, that it's going to exponentially give rise to additional people seeking those services, and it's going to be a never-ending wheel that we can never get out of, except by spending more and more and more money. And then his idea was universal income, which is where I will, part ways with him. I consider myself stridently moderate, and that's not something I would go down. And so that's where I share my concerns, and I wanted to share my concerns with you, but I've learned a lot just by listening to everybody comment today and give their concerns. And I also appreciate the Justice Matters group and all the work that they did. And I think that is an important group and it should be heard, but I also think you have to look hard at the economics of it, and it just doesn't seem to be working. And I may be displaying my ignorance, and I think by displaying my ignorance about this plan and about what you all are doing, I'm reasonably well read. I read the paper. I like to consider myself not an ignorant person, but I'm ignorant about what the goals are and what the plan is. And when I just crunch numbers in my head, I hear the word $267 million. And I know there's 120,000 people in this entire county. And that's asking every man, woman, and child to fund about $2,300 to $2,500 out of their pockets to provide for this plan. Concern. And then if we break down by
Your time is-
person and
Your time is up.
everything, it's-
Please exit the podium.
You need
Thank
to
very much.
educate the public about why it's costing.
Understood. Please exit the podium. Thank you. Looking like no more public comment here in the room. Sherry, any on Zoom?
Kevin Elliott?
Hi there. Imagine hearing from me about the unhoused issue. You guys know me. You know I'm Kevin Elliott. I'm born and raised in Lawrence. I've been on the ground, on the front line of this issue for a long time. There's some good and there's some bad going on. First of all, I'd like to say I do support the 5-year plan. And I think you guys should never underestimate the power of Justice Matters. We're going to hold your feet to the fire. I am worried about implementation. I'm really tired. I am really tired of back alley deals between Jill Jilliker and Craig Owens. Let's get more qualified people making decisions, and you have them, take advantage of them. And I'm tired. I'm really tired of repeating my call for more voices for those experiencing homelessness making the decisions. I hear plenty from NIMBY, people not experiencing homelessness, people who are bigots and fearmongers and generalizers, people who display ignorance. We all know that the real cost of keeping people out of homelessness, keeping them in the economy and on the tax roll, saves money. We know that's been proven time and time again. I'm tired of offering tax abatements to developers so they can afford another zebra without asking for a single affordable housing unit. Affordable housing will solve most of this problem. I would like to thank the City of Lawrence for finally bringing more diverse nonprofits to this issue. I'd like to thank the City of Lawrence that they found housing instead of criminalizing the poor as they worked to close the North Lawrence camp. I don't question the plan, I question the implementation. I question letting Craig and Jill run slipshod without any oversight. I question Lisa Larson putting Chuck McGrell in a position of power over the people when he uses fighting words against them. That should be my next question. Now that we have a fighting words ordinance in Lawrence, can we ask Chuck McGrell to be held responsible for what he said against the homeless? Thank you.
Jonathan Smith.
Hey, can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Smith. I'm a proud resident of Lawrence. I also get the honor of serving as the Executive Director of Lawrence Douglas County Public Health. I'm not even going to take up the full 3 minutes tonight. I just wanted to spend some time thanking you all for even considering this plan. It truly is like one of the main reasons why I love living here, is because we have not just other organizations, but city government who really cares about this stuff. So won't take up too much of your time. Just wanted to share my appreciation and thank you all for considering this.
Stephen Watts.
Hi, thank you. I too appreciate the fact that the town commission has taken it rather aggressively in terms of adopting some manner of funding and a plan for homelessness. And I appreciate the challenge that Craig Owens has been confronted with in terms of the necessity to do now, which has also necessitated exigency-based planning as opposed to actual 5, 8, 10-year planning. Ergo, hopefully we are learning that our town needs a social service division which handles these manner of problems in a proactive basis by consolidating, and that's a word that we're going to be approaching here later on, by consolidating social services into a singular division, there can be better planning opportunities and there can be better delivery of services. Yes, it's a little bit radical, I guess, in terms of thinking about, wow, what are we going to have? That's the state responsibility. Well, the state isn't assuming state isn't doing the job. So hopefully you can also begin contemplating the creation of a social service division for our community, which has a centralized planning process for all of these human services-based needs, which can include the drug problem that is going on. And you know what's so curious about that? It's been going on for more than 50 years, and we don't seem to be making a whole lot of progress in it. And child care, child abuse, child neglect, all of these issues can be created or can be moved into a social services division for our town. It's just an idea to think about. Thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Sherry. Go ahead and bring it back to us for a discussion.
I guess I'll jump in and say, I support the plan, obviously. Plan we've been working on for a while. It is a strategic plan, and we've talked all about that. And certainly the idea of a strategic plan is different than an implementation plan. And so understand the comments about implementation, and that is certainly things to be considered, but you don't not have a strategic plan because you still are working on the implementation, short-term or otherwise. I do think parts of this plan are important not only for us to adopt, but this idea that we are joining in with the county and other public service providers, including the health department who is here, who are all coming together under this plan. So I think it's a good plan, and I think we need to adopt it, and I support that. Clearly there is some education that needs to be done about the plan, what it means, how it's going to be paid for, and the idea that a lot of this money is not necessarily local money. Some of it's federal money, some of it's state money, some of it's private money, and so but it's a 5-year plan. So where those monies come from in each particular year, you can't do that in a way in this plan, but it's certainly something to consider, and certainly ways that we have to look at this, how we leverage money and all of that, and certainly taxes are an important part of that. So again, adopting this plan to try to address these issues is far different than trying to figure out the funding mechanisms to make it work. That's part of the implementation, something we'll do on a year-to-year basis going forward. So anyway, I support the plan and look forward to moving from the plan to implementation.
Yeah, I would agree. I support the plan, and I also would support us, working a little bit harder on the education front to make sure that we go ahead and disseminate some information along the plan, and, where it is going, and who it will serve, and what information we'll be able to draw back from it to make the best decisions that we can. So but yeah, I think it's a great roadmap, as Craig has said before and others have said before, a guiding principle, and I think it'll help us greatly.
I'll just mention real quick, in regards to the authority and scope for this plan, there is ordinance, structural, statutory, however you want to call it, scope. As a commission and as commissioners, we have the authority to define that scope if we choose to. So I don't think anything that was brought up by anyone this evening as far as what controls we can put on as far as funding, spending, appropriation, things of that nature, that final decision comes to us, and we have the authority to address that. So if there are commissioners who want to narrow that scope as it relates to what the city manager can do, then I would strongly suggest they lobby a fellow commissioner to build consensus around that. But I know to date that has not been done, that has not been engaged in any capacity. Not to belabor any of the points that Commissioner Finkeldye has stated, because there are things that have been stated since we've started this process. It's things that have been stated since 28. Somebody needs to be on mute.
That's because they were muted,
I can hear you.
Yeah, no, I can't mute. Just ask them to sign in.
Melissa, I think you're unmuted.
Don't curse. Those could be fighting words. Anywho, there are things that have been stated since 2018. This is not new. We do have a lot of learning to do. I don't think there's anything, we can always strive for better. And I know that we will do that. Not everyone lives in a vacuum, so not everyone captures information at the same time. Some of us catch it on the front end, some of us catch it on the back end, and some of us catch it at the 11th hour. So what we have to learn how to do is be creative and innovative on how we engage with citizens on these issues and not be so bureaucratic about it. I can acknowledge that. I think we all can acknowledge that. Staff can acknowledge that. We're doing better. This is a wonderful plan. Yes, thank you for sharing that this is not going to come from us. I think that was the biggest piece that came from everyone that was thinking that we're going to split the cost somehow, rock, paper, scissors with the county on this, and it's not. This is going to take to what Commissioner Finkelstein said, leveraging, braiding, blending, mingling of a lot of different funding. But it needs to happen, because it has not happened. And one thing I can do is tell you that this is part of a 40-plus year story. And I would probably say longer than 40 years, because all of the things that play into this probably goes back to Fair Housing Act. It can go back to Fair Housing Act, and it can go back to Nixon. And I'm not saying that as president, just as far as policies that were done under the Nixon administration that have done the unraveling of what we see here. And this is why we have this big, massive rubber band ball of different colors, and these different colors represent the different aspects or silos that have had to function, that has perpetuated what A Place for Everyone is trying to do and what we hope to accomplish. And so I don't want that to be lost, because we can talk about behavioral health. We can talk about substance abuse. We can talk about minimum wage equity. We can talk about income burden, housing burden, all the different mechanisms that perpetuate that. All of it goes into A Place for Everyone. That's what we have to address. So it's not just going to take the city and county. It's going to take public and private partners. It's going to take the legislature actually doing something that's going to benefit everyone and not exclude some, because we got a little bit of that going on. So I'd like to see folks from Lawrence, instead of spending your time going up to Topeka and talking about how bad and nasty unhoused folks are, talk about them like they are our neighbors, and that you're interested in lifting a brother or sister or a sibling up, and not using their circumstance to victimize them and to other them into something that they're not. So A Place for Everyone is going to be powerful. It's going to be wonderful. It's going to be hard, challenging work, and I love that kind of work. But it's going to take all of us. And by us making the commitment tonight to say that we're going to commit to this in this roadmap, then that means I take the responsibility of it, and that also means you take the responsibility of it, because this is one rising tide that could help lift a lot of boats here in this community. So that's my sermon for you all this evening.
All right. Okay, I would entertain a motion on this then.
I just want to make.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought
That's
you.
okay.
I thought you were ready to go.
No.
I apologize.
Yeah, I appreciate you say, Commissioner Sellers. There's quite a bit of that I agree with. I liked Commissioner Devers' thought about this as a blueprint, and that's what it really is. I agree. I support the plan. I do think at some point we need to be having conversations about what limitations we can have as a community and the responsibility for this. There's got to be a limit discussed as to what we can handle as a community. And that's, again, part of the process, but I don't want us to lose that. We got to keep that in mind, and we need to have that conversation.
And I'm just going to add, I think Commissioner Sellers pointed out, we're catching up on a hole in housing that has existed for way too long, and a government that really didn't focus on ways to help us all afford places. And I think we're playing catch up. I think this plan is clearly a manifestation of these four commissioners' work before. I feel like it addresses a lot of the important issues. I agree with some of the speakers that the details are really important on this, and I really want to help if I can on a short-term a plan as far as manifestation of some of the money we've already kind of thought about spending. But as we move forward, this money is going to have to come from all of you. And I've heard people already this evening complaining about our taxes. Yeah. And in order to pay for this program, it's going to be coming out of all your taxes. I think we pointed that out. So we, as a commission, have to be thinking about all of us in the community, as well as the least of us who need us the most. And I really want to focus on those things, all of us, and those that need us the most. And so I think by having a plan, we can start focusing on that, but I also think the plan is not the end, it's the beginning. And what I'd like to do is move forward with some of the negative thoughts and behavior that have come around from our failure to have a plan in the past, some of the bad strategies and concepts we've taken in the past when we didn't address the problem as it arose. But I think this is a manifestation of making those mistakes, seeing those things happen, and then coming up with a plan so that we can avoid it in the future and then build up the community so we can afford to pay for these things. Because the more people that are paying taxes, the more people that we can afford to help pay for these programs to keep people out of the situation. So for me, it's a natural process, but I really want to make sure we understand that there's a lot of things to do, and I would want to really work hard on some of the drug addiction specifically, but also behavioral health, mental health issues that we're missing out on big time. And if we don't take care of those problems, all these plans are not going to help. It's not going to matter. And we need to help all those. And for me, it's weak on some details, but I think that's for us to fill in. So that's what.
Commissioner, I appreciate that, but I do want to state that we need to address behavioral health and substance abuse, but it is not the center focus of this. A Place for Everyone is about affordable housing and homelessness. There are individuals who are homeless that are not substance abuse, that are not having behavioral episodes. So let's not, in an 80-20 rule, take the 20% and bastardize them and make them the 80%. I think, like I said, it needs to be noted, it needs to be addressed, but our homeless community, to say that they are mostly substance abuse users, that's making an assumption, and that's projecting something that we don't know.
Yeah.
And so we just need to say individuals who are unhoused, let's not stop trying to put them in silos, because we know that the problems exist. And I think if we keep trying to say, oh, we need to do this because we got to address the substance abuse issue. No, we need to address the access to housing, the availability, the affordability, the accessibility, and how individuals who, in addition to individuals who have those issues, how we have perpetuated housing and housing disparities and how that has exacerbated their issues. So it's not a one direction, it's multi-directional, and it's not just a binary direction of we need to do this because of this issue. Because we can solve, just because someone is unhoused and they have substance abuse, they're unhoused. We're not talking about folks who are housed that have substance abuse issues because they can hide it. So we have to stop making the unhoused and our unhoused and affordable housing. When we talk about this, we need to stop centering mental health and behavioral health, because that's just not it. It is a thing. Individuals are unhoused, period. Let's address it.
So what I was pointing out was our failure as a community to actually help those people who are in need of mental health.
Which is to be noted, and I do believe it should be noted. But what has happened is that, unfortunately, we have individuals have co-opted that, and commissioners have continue to perpetuate saying we have to do this because of the behavioral health and substance abuse. We need to do it because we need to do it, not because someone has a substance abuse. There's individuals who live in community, that live in homes that have substance abuse. They need the services as well. Mm-hmm. Okay? So regardless if someone is unhoused or housed, access to behavioral health and substance abuse services need to be addressed in our community. Mm-hmm. But we don't have to put that on top of that, to say that, because when we do that, then we start to create this unnecessary spotlight, and then individuals start to other people because of that.
Okay.
I'm hearing both of you. I think we're ready for a vote.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I would entertain a motion.
Move to adopt Joint City County Resolution number 7540.
Second.
Have a first and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. All right. We've been at it for a while, so I would think we need to go ahead and take a 10-minute break and come back at 8:23. Does that sound good?
Break.
All right.
input on two important documents that we're required to submit to HUD each and every year. And that would be our 2024 Annual Action Plan and our 2024 Investment Summary. The consolidated plan that we currently are working under is the 2023 to 2027 consolidated plan, 5-year plan that's required by HUD. If you remember, we were here last year presenting you that plan. And so now we are coming up on our 2024 year, which is a grant year, starts for us August 1st of 2024. So that will be year 2 of the 5-year consolidated plan. The annual action plans are what carry out all the activities that were identified in that consolidated plan. Some sections in the report that we're presenting tonight, the annual action plan, include expected resources, those annual goals and objectives that were set in the consolidated plan level, and then projects that we're recommending funding to address the priority needs that we have identified. So when we get to those expected resources, one thing important to remember right now is that HUD has not release the actual allocation amounts that each community will receive. So we are having to work with estimated numbers at this time. When we do receive our actual allocation, if there is an increase or a decrease in the amount received, then we'll change according to that percentage of change across all of the allocations. What we are estimating for the 2024 grant year for CDBG, the base grant would be $750,000, and then we're estimating program income of around $150,000. Program income is returned to the city through loan payments and loan payoffs for programs and mortgages that we had in prior years. We are estimating for the home grant to receive around $500,000, and once again, estimated program income of about $30,000 in the home grant for a total to allocate of $530,000. Those priority needs that were identified in the consolidated plan are listed here. Also along with the goals that were in the consolidated plan. And so when we get to the actual projects that we're recommending to fund in the annual action plan, each of those goes to address one of these plan priority needs and identified goals. So when we get to the home recommendations, the first recommendation is for the administration of the program, and that sets aside $50,000 in the home, out of the home base grant. HUD does allow a maximum of up to 10% of the home grant to be used for administrative purposes. So that $50,000 is set aside for the home administration. The remaining $480,000 that we're estimating to be available was an open application. And so the applications were received and reviewed by the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. At their March 11th meeting, these are the recommendations that they came to you with. They're recommending $300,000 to the Lawrence Douglas County Housing Authority. And that's for their tenant-based rental assistance program. And that's a HUD program that provides vouchers for up to 24 months that follows the tenant if they would like to move. It's not project-based. And it also has a case management component. And if they're successful through that program, if the households are successful through that program, they get to graduate onto the Housing Authority's Housing Choice Voucher Program. The second recommendation for home funds was $155,000 to tenants to homeowners for their Community Housing Development Organization, which is known as a CHODO. And those would be for project funds. There is a caveat on that, and HUD regulations stipulate that we're required to award 15% of the base grant, so $75,000 is what we're estimating, to the local CHODOs for actual development of affordable housing. So at a minimum, we have to award at least 15%, $75,000. The AHAB recommended $155,000. And finally, once again, to tenants to homeowners, $25,000 in CHODO operating funds. And once again, HUD puts a caveat on that, and that's set at a maximum of 5% of the grant. So our estimate of receiving $500,000, the maximum we could award for those operating funds would be $25,000. And so those are the recommendations provided by the AHAB for the home grant. When we move on to the CDBG side, once again, we have that administration set aside. That's $150,000. HUD regulations on the CDBG side allow up to 20% of the grant to be used for administration. There are certain amounts set aside for internal city projects, and what is being recommended is $295,000 set aside for the Housing Initiatives Division's homeowner repair programs. And those include comprehensive housing rehab, emergency loans, and the activity delivery, the staff costs to manage those programs. And then there's another set aside of $196,409 for other city department projects. And those are potentially eligible projects that we would review at a future time with, potentially MSO for sidewalk gap programs, street restoration, possibly Parks and Rec for, putting in infrastructure in low and moderate income areas of town. I will say one thing on the slide deck that is attached to the agenda. There is a typo on this page on that other city projects. It lists around 180-some thousand for that other city projects, but this number is correct, 196,409, and it is correct in the memo that's attached to the agenda and these slides that we're sharing here tonight. Continuing on with CDBG, HUD allows 15% of that base grant, which we were estimating at $750,000, to be set aside for what's termed as public services. And so that would be an estimated $112,500. And public services are direct client services that agencies provide, such as childcare, healthcare, services to seniors, the homeless, counseling. And so to align our portion of these federal funds with the city's strategic plan and with the Place for Everyone plan, we're recommending in 2024 to again fund the same agencies that we funded in 2023 so that they can continue their ongoing programming that they have in those areas that these plans have identified, and that's to get people housed and to keep people housed. And so those three agencies that received funding last year would receive it again this year, and those agencies are the Housing Stabilization Collaborative for their emergency rent and utility assistance program in the amount of $50,300. The Lawrence Community Shelter for stabilization services for shelter guests in the amount of $58,985. And Housing and Credit Counseling. They provide housing and financial counseling for low and moderate income individuals, and that's $3,215. And that totals up to that maximum of 15% that we're allowed to spend on those direct client public services. One other pot of money that was set aside was $159,375 for non-public service agency applications. And those would be capital type projects that non-public service agencies that provide direct client services need on their facilities. And so that was once again an open application. We did receive one application this year from Good Life Innovations, and that's for a group home rehabilitation of one of their group homes that provides intensive care for individuals with a disability. And they were requested $146,091, and staff's recommending that we fully fund that request. Upcoming timeline for the annual action plan. April 19th, a notice of tonight's hearing was published in the Journal World, and a city press release was distributed. And then the draft annual action plan and investment summary was published on the city's website. Tonight's public hearing starts a 30-day required public comment period, and we're really encouraging the public to provide written comment on these two documents, the plan and the investment summary. That public comment period would run until June the 7th. We'll be back here in front of you on June the 11th to consider adoption of the plan. And then it is our deadline to submit the plan to HUD is June 15th. I know I blew through that pretty quick, but happy to answer any questions. One thing we would ask is just that the commission open the public hearing, allow any public to comment, and I'll also be here to answer any of your questions.
Any questions for Brad?
Nope. None, thank you.
Okay. That being said, I'll open the public hearing and also public comment for this item on the agenda. Not seeing any in the room. Sherry, is there any on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay, bringing it back to us. I don't think we really have to take any action on this. We're just receiving it, right?
That is correct, yes, there's no action tonight.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brad.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, 30 days.
Was there any other further discussion, or you guys had anything for Brad? Okay, I didn't see any.
I do. I'll
Okay.
directly.
Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and move us on to number 2. Consider adopting a new advisory board policy, ethics policy, and meeting procedures policy, and consider adopting ordinances and resolutions that align advisory boards and commissions to work with the Lawrence Strategic Plan.
Okay, thank you for that. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Tonight, we're going to go over some recommendations that are based on alignment of our volunteer boards and commissions to the work of the strategic plan. The commission asked staff to work on that, appointed a committee to make some recommendations on that. So the following that I'm going to go over encompasses the work of the Board and Commission Structure Committee, direction from the City Commission, and then some best practices for high-functioning municipal government. So I think the best way is we'll go through this and then maybe at the end answer some questions or once we're done, but unless you prefer to kind of address each piece as we go through.
That works for me.
Okay. So the first thing that I'm going to go over is a new advisory board policy. The city did have an advisory board policy previously. We updated this. We didn't do sort of track changes because it's relatively different. There are a lot of changes. This was approved by the Board and Structure Committee. The Board Structure Committee, and then it was also on one of your agendas previously when they made their presentation on their recommendations. So it establishes standard policies and procedures for all advisory boards. It clearly defines the roles and responsibilities of the staff liaison, the chair, and board members, and it supports the work of the strategic plan. So regarding appointments, we have areas on recruitment. It outlines, who's responsible for that, what types of things should be considered in the review criteria. Sorry, I need to move this so I can see what's happening. One update that we wanted to highlight that we included for your consideration, it has been the practice that nominations for appointments to boards are by the mayor. Those are approved by the entire governing body, and so we've included in these recommendations that all city commissioners can nominate qualified applicants. We also have included in there membership, specific terms, vacancies, and these I can go over more in depth if you're interested. But it is just creating standards for every board rather than that information being contained in the creation of each board. We also have communications, training, duties, and norms outlined. So there are some specific guidelines for communication, again, to make it very clear to board members what those channels of communication should be. We have training included, which requires staff to have an onboarding program for all members. This was sort of a pain point, I think, for a lot of our staff liaisons, that they are primarily responsible for that. We have new members coming and going at different times of the year, and so our plan is to have, annually, a program where the city attorney's office, the city clerk's office, we're doing the training on all equity and inclusion, all of those things for all board members once a year. Excuse me. We also outline responsibilities of the chair, board members, and staff liaison. And then we did include norms. Some cities might refer to that as, a code of conduct. You all received similar set of norms that when Dr. Nalbandian presented to you all before and worked with you, and so we've included those in here. We did include that they would apply to members of the City Commission as well as the advisory board members. We updated our ethics policy. They are minor changes. It applies to the governing body, appointed officials, and city employees. That has not changed. There is a section that limits those individuals' ability to receive gifts, but there is included an exception for honoraria for speaking engagements. And then we clearly outline in the policy what happens if someone does receive a gift, that it needs to be returned or given to the city treasurer to be sold. And I believe that's just the full language of what we included. So we updated the commission's meeting procedures. We wanted to apply the meeting procedures that you all currently have when we were reviewing that, so that they apply to the advisory boards and commissions as well. The idea is that, and a lot of what the committee discussed, is that when members of our public go from meeting to meeting, they have sort of an expectation of how the meetings will go. And also, if we have advisory board members who serve on different boards. So there's also some interest in looking at the Code of Procedures that's published by the League of Municipalities. We've also heard comments about needing some additional procedures to kind of help guide how we run our meetings. And, some boards have in their bylaws adopted how they will run those meetings. So we went ahead and incorporated the League's code, because it does include additional procedures for motions and voting. And it's a very good set of standards for Kansas cities, recommended by the League, and many cities have adopted it for how to run their meetings. We did go ahead and incorporate existing meeting procedures to make sure that we're addressing some of our existing meeting procedures, like how we do consent agenda and some other items, just to make sure that we aren't changing how you all have chosen to conduct your meetings completely. And then it applies to our advisory boards as well. So we did go ahead and put in and address and put forward for your consideration in order of updating our order of how we conduct business. I think it was not the last meeting in April. It was 2 meetings ago. It was brought up during city commission items that a conversation about public comment and how we're handling that. So we thought, this might be a good opportunity to have that conversation about in the order we would like to have in the policy. So the other sort of main priority of this board and the resolution of the committee that was looking at restructuring was to align the advisory boards with the work of the strategic plan. It was also to reduce the number of boards. And so this Chapter 1A creates general provisions for all boards, commissions, and task forces. It also creates and outlines like multi-jurisdictional bodies, so we refer to them generally as joint commissions, because those would have a set of different set of standards because another entity is adopting or establishing that body. And then also specifics on subcommittees. That was another issue that came up in these meetings, is there was a little unclarity of how a subcommittee of an advisory board should function. It also creates operational advisory bodies, which was something that a lot of the cities that we looked at had gone through this process. That this, I wouldn't say a lot, but the cities that we looked at included. And that is an operational body gives the city manager the authority to establish boards, and these boards generally are more for administrative. So if the city manager finds it useful or beneficial to the administration and operations of the city. So it just allows that to happen. And then if the city manager were to do that, they would have to create an operation, they would have to create a city policy, an administrative policy that mirrors the policy that you have over advisory boards. And the committee saw a lot of value in providing that option. So again, it just addressed just the state's appointments, that the city commission has the duty to appoint members. We touched on operational advisory bodies. There is language in there for conflicts of interest that outlines a member should abstain if the member, employer, entity represents is receiving direct financial benefit. And it also limits the number of appointees to boards to 7 members. Again, we're looking for that consistency across boards so that there isn't sort of that question from board to board of how they function. So as you're aware, when they made their presentations, the committee primarily were aligning boards with the outcomes, and these are the boards that they recommended. So in Chapter 1A, what we've created is, instead of having all of those boards in their existing Chapter 1, is we've moved them into created this 1A. So it's very specific that, you know, the Parks and Rec and Advisory Board and Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission Board are to support the purpose of the unmistakable identity outcome, and the same with the other two. They're all referenced under those sections of Chapter 1A. There were 2 boards that the committee had considered combining, but on further, review and communications, what we determined is that these boards should not be consolidated, and probably likely should not have been involved in this, because they really are not advisory boards to the commission. They do if there are any questions or appeals, those go to district court. And then on these boards, so the Sustainability Advisory Board was one that the committee recommended that it be, in their recommendations, they stated that it should be reimagined. And so what we're recommending is that Sustainability Advisory Board, because that is a commitment, and we think that's more suited to an operational advisory board, that would give the city manager the authority to perhaps give to our sustainability director to create an operational board that really supports all of those KPIs and the work that she's doing. And then the other 4 boards were recommended to be removed, so we do have, or to sunset, so we do have repeal ordinances in there for those as well. Then what we're recommending is that existing terms for these boards would expire on August 31st, and we would encourage the current members to reapply. we'd have an active recruitment campaign, and that we would have all of the new appointments completed by August 31st. Any ordinances, resolutions, bylaws, we have several in here, but if there are some additional things that need to be updated, that we would get those done by that date. And part of the reason, that we're wanting to do this is many of the membership and a lot of what we've included in the policy is throughout the code in different sections for each board, or they've created bylaws that are kind of in conflict with what the original purpose of the creation of the board is stated in the code. Some instances, there's a resolution that's adopted, but it's in code, but it's not. So it's really just to have that sort of fresh start where each board is functioning under the same. They'll obviously each have their own responsibilities towards a strategic plan, but it's just clarity of where to find the information as well. And so, so those first meetings of the new boards would be in September. And again, that means that we could have in August, every year a training so that everybody understands their responsibilities, that onboarding orientation, they know each other, they can and meet other board members and provide that support and understand, from the beginning of their term, everything they need to know to be successful as a board member. So at that first meeting, they'd nominate a chair and a vice chair and set meeting dates and times at that point. So that's sort of the fast track of it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sherry. Any questions for Sherry?
Yeah, I have a question on the SAB board.
Sure.
Could you discuss a little more in depth or help me to better understand what the operational board, what you mean by operational board?
Sure.
What that would look like and how it would work?
So first, I thought if there would be questions, I did want to just kind of be clear on kind of why we landed on this. So in the recommendation letter, from the committee, they first state that, because the actions may not be in alignment with the strategic plan and not in alignment with the recommended policies and procedures, that accordingly, the BCSC recommends that the Sustainability Advisory Board be dissolved. They then state, because it's so important, it's because it's an essential commitment of the city that it would, and it is incorporated in all outcomes of the strategic plan, consider how to better align environmental sustainability. And then they said, provided another option of consider restructuring or reformatting the board. So again, with our sustainability director, and we had some conversations about commitments, and even the board had more conversations about how the commitments seemed more suited for operational boards. But you want me to, I can go over sort of the operational boards and how those functions, sure. So it essentially allows the city manager to set up an advisory board the same way that you would. There's a specific topic, say a commitment, like sustainability, that, and there would be a policy that mirrors your policy, so so it would be exactly the same. Again, it's really just having that expert experience to help on something that we're working on. Craig, can you remember some of the examples that the committee had talked about? I mean, what they really talked about was the commitments being a great opportunity to use for the specific purposes. If they needed sort of experts, that they could handpick the individuals that they needed for the work that they were doing.
Like a think tank.
Exactly. Like an ad hoc.
Perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So these would be chosen just on a topic?
Mm-hmm.
We could have different groups on.
It would be the same discretion that you all had. So it states that the governing body recognizes that the city manager has the authority to establish operational advisory boards to advise the city manager, city departments, or city staff as the city manager may from time to time find useful or beneficial to the administration of operations. He will develop an administrative policy that mirrors the format and function of the city's policy advisory boards, and it'll include and outline best practices to ensure transparent meetings while ensuring the operational advisory boards remain flexible in order to meet the dynamic needs of staff, essentially.
Yeah, if I may, there are a lot of operational things that happen. We make a lot of decisions. We have a lot of professional staff that are making decisions on the operations, the administration of the way we do these things. There could be some expertise in the community that we could tap, especially in a university town. There could be some times when we might talk about technical issues and say, hey, we're looking at something new, a new technology or new approach to doing something, and we might be able to benefit from community participation in that. Whereas it wouldn't be developing a policy for your consideration. It would be more on the operations side of the city. When we talked a little bit about the sustainability, there is so much of our sustainability that's in the operations of the city. That isn't necessarily external policy development. There is that too, but as the plastic bags, for instance, brought up. But a lot of what we do on the impact on our environment is our clean drinking water, the sewer and wastewater system, solid waste systems, the way that we transact all of those things, the building codes. We adopted a sustainability policy for our buildings and the environmental impact that our buildings have, and we have new standards for that. That was a policy that we presented to you, but it was more or less an operational policy. So we think that there are probably some things in the technical realm that we might be able to use, and we do informally right now. There's lots of interaction that we have with community members on technical issues, and I think it benefits us to tap that. This is something we noticed when we looked at some other cities that had gone through this process before, and it was an interesting feature to us that we thought was worth giving a try, and so we elevated it through this.
So to play this versus this, how does an operational advisory board differ from a task force?
My definition of a task force is it is a limited scope and duration for a certain policy or a certain task. So a task force would do its work, give that work over, and be dissolved. Whereas an ongoing, so you could have an operational body that is a task force too. It has a specific purpose and it ends. Or you could have an ongoing operational body, just like you could a policy board.
It's just the key point aspect of this is that it sits on the administrative side and not so much the policy side.
I think that's how we conceived of it.
Okay.
And I think some of the other conversation was they were aligning this to the unmistakable identity outcome, which we just didn't feel like was a good fit. Because it's a commitment. And so if it is its own board, it should be supportive of the commitment of sustainability, not the outcome of unmistakable identity.
Sherry, you mentioned active recruitment campaign. What is that looking like right now?
What do we currently do?
Yeah. Because I thought you said in your presentation that you have an active recruitment campaign happening right now.
No. We're
Okay.
saying that the policies that we're putting in a resolution that you all are adopting that we will have active recruitment.
Okay.
And so that, and we, staff is charged with that. And so again, once this is done, but we'll do that every year now.
Of course.
We'll do that throughout the year, that we're going to have more of an outward-facing plan to ensure that people know of when there's an opening for membership. And again, having these, happening at the same time will help with that. We can do big campaigns on that.
And in this, we talked about trimming boards and commissions down to 7.
Believe it was 10.
10. 10?
Talking about the number of members or the?
Members.
Yeah, the membership is 7.
Yeah, okay, so.
That's what we're recommending.
Okay.
And what the board.
So in conceptual.
And again, a lot of this came from the board and what we presented to them as well.
Right, so was it, and I'm trying to remember back to that conversation. Is this a reflection of just attendance? Are we thinking, and for those commissions, boards and commissions that are active right now, that are not on the chopping block, that have more than 7, how are we approaching attrition?
Well, I mean, that would, what our recommendation is, but obviously you all can advise on, and we would like input on, is that the terms would all end, and there would be new appointments for 7 positions.
Okay. You didn't have to slide into it. I'm okay with that. The Hunger Game action.
Do we have that model now? Do we have operational boards right now?
I think the some of our transportation advisory groups do some of that, but they are setting kind of policy too. But they have been making good contributions to technical advisory, but not as much on the operations. But otherwise, I don't necessarily. I'm not visualizing any.
So it would be up to the city manager to appoint to any sort of board, operational board, is that?
Yeah, officially, my guess is that if you have a department director that's wanting to do something, they might have better ideas about who might be an expert that we tap, or that we might have community members who have volunteered or had some ideas.
So it would be the sustainability director that would be driving, both the tasks that the operational board would be performing, and ostensibly who would be a part of that operational board.
Hypothetically.
Yeah, I mean, yes, we haven't delved too deep into that particular board, but yeah.
Let's not use that board. Let's use a different board.
Yeah. I do have a question just in regards. I know that it was during the presentation, it was visualized having that beginning of September date, or no, August date for the core Arcoma training. What happens if I've had present experience, that Commissioner Larson has informed me that would happen, that people would leave advisory boards in the middle of the year because they got other stuff going on, and so you have to appoint other people to fill their space. So if it happens in the middle of the year, what do we do?
Well, we already do send out information they have to review and read before boards. So that is done. Every advisory board member gets an email with that training on it. It's just that a good refresher then. So if they join mid-year, then they could go to that annual. And again, if we have build the capacity, we could do, twice a year or an updated training. We just want to make sure we're more intentional about it and we can streamline it so that everybody's getting the same information. I mean, I would not say we know we can do it twice a year at this point, but again, when you look at the numbers and reducing some of that, I mean, we think that will help us also kind of make sure that we're having a more hands-on approach with the board members. Right now, I have very little involvement. The staff liaison is responsible for all of that. And again, they're also all responsible for other things. And so this will help me help them.
I was just curious, so.
Just a quick question on the ending of our meetings at 11 p.m. and the ability, it says we end on that topic, but there's no ability to extend there. Was that an intentional change, or what's your suggestion there?
So are you saying where we end the televised session and then public comment and adjournment? Or are you talking about which, I'm sorry, which?
No, the time limit for meetings, section 3I, meeting shall adjourn no later than 11 p.m. except that any business commenced before that time may be concluded after that time before the meeting is adjourned.
That's what's currently in our.
I thought we had the ability to extend the meeting past 11 in the current code.
You do, and that's probably just an oversight. So if you want that included, we can certainly add that. back in, but
Okay.
well, right, you have the ability to send, I guess if we're ending on public comment
Yeah.
and it's already started, then you would be able to finish that.
Hypothetically. Ooh, I gotta make sure to word this as a question, not a comment. I don't know what that was. So this is in regards to the piece about attendance. We've built kind of there's a framework in here around time limited meetings, flow of meetings, norms, and things of that nature. There's a piece in here under Resolution 7472 where we talk about meeting attendance.
Like under vacancies, I think is where that is.
Yeah, maybe. Yes, vacancies. So when we put, this has been kind of a sticking point for me because it says fails to attempt 70% of scheduled meetings in a fiscal year. And so my question is, 70 is a funky number because one, we don't have consistency in the bylaws of each board and commission and how they meet. So how are we reconciling 70% of what? Because one, in my opinion, it's a horrible number because you're basing it, essentially, I don't know what you're basing it on. So when we have boards and commissions that meet monthly, some that meet bi-monthly and some that meet quarterly, how are we reconciling 70%? Because that, to me, that flags inequity.
So this was one that the committee changed a couple of times and to get to that percentage. And I think that's why they struggled with saying a certain number of meetings because they do have different meetings in a year. They do have we can't say 2 meetings.
Yeah, but Robert says 2/3. So.
Yeah, we could certainly update.
It's just that
they landed on 70%.
I know. Uncle Henry, that's parliamentary. Uncle Henry gives you some flexibility, so it's like don't be so prescriptive when in your prescription it's your evil. So I don't know. That's a comment. So I'll bring that up in comments, but.
I would say they definitely wanted to have a standard for missing meetings because it has been a problem.
Yes.
And those were some of the comments because we did also get feedback from the staff liaisons on the issues that they're having. And certainly meeting quorum is one of them.
Oh, I definitely struggle with it on HRC. And I think, there's a caveat to that, and I'll bring that up in comments as well, is that when we talk about failure to attend meetings, and on the inverse of that, we're talking about onboarding. If I'm on a board, if I'm on a commission that meets quarterly, and you're telling me that I get this training within 90 days, as opposed to someone who meets monthly in 90 days, see my inequity here, but I'll address that in comments. But that was kind of a sticky point, and I was looking to see how we reconciled that, and I didn't see that. I didn't see where we did that. We'll get into the crux of public comment, so I'm not even going to worry about that. This is one. I got to go back to my notes. So the Kansas League municipalities were using their code as far as how we're going to address meetings, and we're wanting our boards and commissions to do that. Interesting enough, and I'm just curious how we are going to reconcile this. I was looking at motions to reconsider, because that's in language, and how the league states motions to reconsider, and how we've actually been operationalizing it. In my opinion, we've been in gross conflict, because I'm reading here where it says motions to reconsider are prohibited. Any government body member may take up a new substantive motion on a matter previously considered by the city. And if you go back, this is all guidance based on parliamentary rule that substantive can't be the root of a reconsideration, so that's why it's prohibited. However, you aren't supposed to, it's not good practice to reconsider something if there's a substantive change. There can be a change in thought, but not change in information. So that's not a motion to reconsider. And so with that being said, then we start to get into how do we bring back motions to reconsider? And I am cheating a little bit here only because this has been a sticking point for me to show that while we may choose not to adopt parliamentary procedure, all of these things that we're doing, to the point of the city attorney, there are quasi-parliamentary elements in it that we're kind of picking and choosing how we want to do it. And so in all of this, I'd like for us to kind of get some more definitive language around motion to reconsider, not just for the sake of our boards and commissions, but for the sake of this governing body right here. Because the last time we did a motion to reconsider, it was out of order based on parliamentary procedure and based on the very doctrine that we're saying that we're utilizing.
So the reason that this is something we included as a recommendation, and this is the direct language from the leagues,
right,
is because even the league's manual, for city clerks and governing officials says that a lot of those are fairly expansive for most commissions and can be used as well. So we thought this was a good balance of including, adding some additional procedures around motions and voting without going to the full parliamentary procedure, Robert's Rules of Order.
Right, which I don't disagree. And I think there could be another argument to say that how we project parliamentary procedure to be burdensome, it's not. The basics of it are. What I'm saying in regards to this motion to reconsider is that we've included this language, but if it says it's prohibited, but we're utilizing it, but we're not utilizing it correctly, where are we going to, and this is more of a question for us, not so much of you, how do we reconcile that in the policy around utilizing it in a way that would, I guess, however the presiding officer chooses to, and I think there's even dangerous in that language right there. So I took advantage of that, making that a comment/question, but I just wanted to give it some time to breathe and marinate before we come to discussion on it. I don't have any more questions, Sherry, but thank you for what you shared so far.
Any additional questions?
I don't think so.
Okay. I will go ahead and move us to public comment. Thank you, Sherry. And on public comment, it can cover any of the things we've been covering in the agenda item. So. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Jamie, can you hold on for just a second?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, I'll wait until she's ready.
Thank you.
I look good on camera anyway, so.
What's that?
I said I look good on camera anyway.
That makes one of us.
You ready? Okay. I want to start by saying the irony is not lost that on the same night that you are going to sign a proclamation declaring May to be Community Action Month, this commission is also considering a resolution that is in direct contradiction of the importance of community action. In March 2023, Pennsylvania State University published an article titled Importance of Local Community Action in Shaping Development. Conclusively, this paper states the importance of organizing diverse local residents to help shape local development cannot be overstated. The input and guidance from local residents allows development to build on the unique conditions and character of the community. All of these create an environment where active local residents directly shape the community and its well-being. This paper further states that action emerges out of interaction. And interaction facilitates the coming together of groups to discuss their common and general needs. The proposed changes to the public comment procedures will discourage community engagement and interaction. Because this proposal states that if public comment is allowed, this means that residents could sit at a commission meeting for over 5 hours and may not be given the opportunity to have their voices heard or their opinions considered. Additionally, the proposed changes would require pre-registration, resulting in reduced accessibility and input from the community. Residents would also be required to provide their address to be published in the minutes. This is a serious safety concern and will discourage interaction with the community. We are all well aware of radical actors that would seek out those with unpopular opinions to cause property damage and bodily harm. Will the commissioners also be providing their local residential addresses for publication? Why not? Do you fear the same radical actors that your community fears? This proposal also indicates the commission would reduce the amount of time given each speaker will be given. This makes it impossible for the community to express their comments. If a speaker prepares a 3-minute comment and is only provided 1 minute to provide that comment, the true meaning and importance will be missed. Restricting speakers to providing only 1 comment per topic, which may be discussed at multiple commission meetings, will result in speakers being unable to have all of their concerns addressed and considered by this commission. Lastly, the decorum provision includes the previously discussed fighting words doctrine, which we know is overly broad, inadequately defined, and hasn't been upheld by the Supreme Court. It also gives the commission the ability to silence any comment they wish not to hear by simply declaring it unreasonably repetitious or disruptive. I urge all of you to vote no on this resolution and develop a plan where comment will stay at the beginning of the meeting, does not require publication of addresses of residents, and maximizes interaction with the community instead of discouraging it. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Tad Kramar, 1966 E100 Road. Almost every day, we are witnessing the devastating effects of global warming and extreme weather events. You all agree that we must do whatever we can to follow sustainable practices to reduce our carbon footprints and global warming. Therefore, please do not abolish the Sustainability Advisory Board or downgrade it to a mere operational board that could be abolished. The SAB provides the city on a volunteer basis with valuable expertise on ways to increase sustainability, to reduce carbon footprints and global warming. The SAB includes several people whose day jobs are centered on sustainability for businesses, not-for-profit organizations, and the military. It also includes the chair of pharmacology and toxicology at Kansas University and a graduate student obtaining a PhD in sustainability. As the one-person sustainability office, Kathy Richardson does an admirable job, but one person cannot provide this variety of expertise. Sustainability is crucial. It needs to be the primary mission of a city, a regular city board, not a mere operational board. The Lawrence Strategic Plan includes a commitment to environmental sustainability. The SAB supports the city's work to fulfill this most important commitment, and thus supports the work of the strategic plan. It is important to allow the SAB to retain enough independence to think outside the box and explore new ideas for enhancing sustainability, while it also responds to requests from the City Commission. It would not have this independence if it were downgraded to a mere operational board. The SAB provides valuable sustainability expertise on a volunteer basis. Please retain the SAB. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rowan Schering. I'm a Lawrence resident, and I just wanted to echo some sentiments from another public commenter in regards to urging you to vote against resolution number 7528. That would involve making a number of changes to public comment, the process of public comment, and the rules around it that I believe would be damaging. Like moving public comment to the end of meetings, which would require people who maybe just want to give a couple minutes of comment about something that isn't even on the agenda, that they just wanted to bring to your attention, to sit through hours of information before they are allowed to do that. And also would potentially remove the option to give Zoom public comment, which I believe is an important accessibility feature for disabled community members, as well as people who have other obligations like work and childcare that may not make it possible to physically travel here. Also, as previously mentioned, the change that would make it so that people may not be allowed 3 full minutes of public comment would make it difficult for people to plan their statements and would make it more inaccessible for people to not have that certainty that they would have that amount of time available to speak. So I would just urge you to vote no on this particular resolution because taken as a whole, this would reduce accessibility for people to make public comment, and that is, I believe, undemocratic and damaging. And then I also just wanted to mention that, yes, I think it would be beneficial to keep the Sustainability Advisory Board because they have done a lot of valuable work, and I'm not sure why they are being considered for dissolution. Thank you so much for your time, and have a good rest of your night.
Hi, I'm Margaret Kumar, and I left the meeting earlier because I no longer wanted to be a witness to the abuse that you were suffering. I think that it was a very teachable moment for all of us in regard to what constitutes respectful dialogue and what crosses into personal insult and dialogue that goes against the democratic process. So I want to commend you and sympathize with you for having to put up with some of the comments that you do. But then I came back, and so I'm going to be very short and sweet and not engage in any harangue. Please do not close down the Sustainability Advisory Board because it can be like an independent think tank. The plastic bag ban couldn't have been operational because it was a new idea. You know, no one had ever heard of it before, but it was a concept that just arose. So I think that we need the expertise of that board as kind of a think tank, generates ideas, needs some degree of independence. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Michael Allman. I'm a member of Sustainability Action Network. In the restructuring of various city commissions and boards, please keep the Sustainability Advisory Board as an ongoing creative board. City Commission's strategic plan has 6 primary commitments, as you know, and the Commission has elevated sustainability to be one of those 6. The strategic plan, of the key progress indicators in the strategic plan, sustainability has 11 of those KPIs, more than any other. So it's illogical that the Boards and Commission Structure Committee has recommended dissolution of the Sustainability Advisory Board as supposedly not in alignment with the strategic plan. First of all, the BCSC nuanced their recommendation, saying they weren't opposed to sustainability, only that the SAB wasn't the best way to achieve that. They prefer that sustainability should be part of every city department and advisory board, and in principle, that makes sense. However, I object to eliminating the SAB for 2 reasons. First of all, the SAB performs a unique function. It acts in many ways, as the previous speaker mentioned, as a sustainability think tank, keeping current on evolving best practices and technologies. The members come from a diverse and deeply qualified backgrounds, researching and advancing cutting-edge ideas. For example, I'm sure you can remember some of these. We have the SAB to thank for curbside recycling, the 100% renewable energy goals, sustainable capital projects policy, the natural landscaping design standards, and the plastic bag ban. And those are just a few of what came from the SAB. The fact that the City Commission doesn't use the SAB to review any particular project proposals doesn't diminish their think tank role. They're a unique asset to the city. And secondly, if the City Commission were to scatter among each of the city advisory boards and/or departments, one member speaking for sustainability at each of those venues, that would lack the depth and range how the current SAB members operate. They operate in synergy as a cohesive community sustainability think tank, generating ideas. So please keep the board as an ongoing, creative, active board. Thank you very much.
The environment's pretty important, not gonna lie. We only have one Earth, kind of sucks. It's kind of hard when we're kind of operating on monkey brains in that a lot of the actions that we take aren't immediately seen as saving the environment or saving the Earth. It's actions that take time to kind of see any benefit to. But that being said, in any goal around these kinds of issues that I think are of utmost importance in making sure that the grandchildren of millennials and Zoomers don't curse our name for all of existence, we should be giving as many resources and flexibility to any boards that are trying to, towards that aim, reduce the environmental impacts of pollution or just sustainability in general. And so in agreeing with kind of the consensus here on public comment, I think you should give mercy to this board. In regards to public comments, we just reiterating again, this is an unpopular thing. This is something that I think would just result in activists feeling that they need to take stronger actions outside of public comment to pressure the board. And I think that public comment in this position is somewhat of a compromise for these more rabble-rousing elements. It's something that I don't think we fully consider in that matter, that the people that are coming forward and trying to pack the city hall are kind of viewing that as the compromise, as the moderate way to pressure this board. And knowing a lot of the kids and how much they love to get into trouble, the younger crowd, there's a lot more extreme tactics that I feel like they haven't used to badger you guys into certain positions. I think it benefits the board to allow public comment at the beginning, not only as a form of democracy that allows the citizenry to express themselves fully, but also to prevent from what I think are more extreme ways to pressure the board. I think it helps all of us kind of in that compromising sense. So environmentalism, sustainability, incredibly important. Can't stress it enough. Free speech and accessibility to that speech, also important. This is a stream of consciousness. It will continue for 15 more minutes. All of you have done a great job in many ways on other things. I'm glad that you guys have committed to homelessness and stuff like that. Thank you very much. There's my 3 minutes.
Before you start the time, can you clarify, are we doing public comment on just the first resolution or all three of the resolutions?
You can be on any one of them. So we're only doing this one public comment.
Okay.
Period. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to have to talk fast because there's a lot here. This was Anyway, I guess you can start the clock. I really feel that these resolutions need a little bit more time to get fleshed out and provide a more opportunity for some public feedback. For example, I specifically request that you remove ordinance 10049 from resolution number 7538 regarding dissolution of the Sustainability Advisory Board. You all have already received my detailed email about this. To recap, in fact, the board and commission structure committee recommended keeping the SAB, and the city commission also voted to keep the SAB. So this recommendation to dissolve the SAB is in error and should be struck from this resolution. The SAB should not, to be clear, the Sustainability Advisory Board, when I say SAB, the SAB should also definitely not be considered an operational board, given the very limited definition provided in this proposal. I have a number of items that I wanted to just kind of give examples of how things should be more fleshed out and developed, but I'm going to kind of skip around and try to, the most important one to me is in proposed ordinance 9678, and I'm not sure which resolution this is under, item 1A104. This section regarding operational advisory boards does not exist in the current code. This is new. While having it codified that the city manager or their delegate can have this essential tool available can be a great thing, and maybe this already takes place. I really caution you not to place too much authority into one person. If public input is needed to assist the city, the process should include transparency and checks and balances. This whole section needs to be more fully developed, including the process for populating such boards. Are they to be made public, offer public input? When a select person or group of persons are selected by the city manager, are other members of the public available to provide input? Where does the output of such boards get recorded? Is any of it approved? This is a very short definition, creating a mechanism that, while I agree that could be an essential tool for the city manager and city departments, this really needs to be more fully developed. So with, and I'm almost out of time. So I just touch on one, looking at resolution number 7472 under section 2A, should item 1C, should add item 1C or revise item 1B to state that the application for vacancies will be made available online. Also, under the same section 2A, we need an item 2 to include 2C, that reviews will take place regularly and efficiently to maximize the length of time that to minimize the length of time that vacancies exist. And I could go on. So really, I would appreciate more time as a public citizen to provide more input on this overarching proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak with you again. I'm Thad Holcomb. I'm the moderator for Lawrence Ecology Teams United for Sustainability. I'm going to be speaking about the imperative that we have to retain that particular board in order to have a vision and practice that vision across in our governing of the city. You know, probably it's best to give a simple but really so complex definition of sustainability. It's really a simple thing, but everything we need for our survival and species depends on recognizing we are integral to the web of life. That's quite a task. But practicing sustainability requires us, at least, and the city, to wear a pair of glasses that promotes this understanding of sustainability. Now, our vision may be such that we can understand that, but we need a new pair maybe, given what has gone on in the past and glasses we've worn, and in a sense, maybe that's gotten into some messes that we are now. I think that the city needs to wear those glasses, and I think at times it is. But I hope that the SAB can be the board that prompts us all and it's not spread out, but somebody that prompts all of the city to look at how we can be sustainable. Let me give you examples about what that means to have a new vision instead of the limited old vision. Rachel Carson. Rachel Carson, she, as you know, she promoted the elimination of DDT. And of course, she was disregarded because how could a woman know anything about science? And finally, though, with new glasses that she wore, others started doing the same. And they discovered that the whole web of life was at threat because of what she said and what she wrote. Now, I can give you also a very recent example. Recently, all of us read, at least in the paper, about a parcel of land in the Baker wetlands that's up for sale. And there's a possibility that Baker University might purchase that, and people said, well, yeah, they can understand that, and they were also thinking about affordable housing in that thing. So people thought, well, there's something good to that. Until they got new glasses on when they drove out maybe to the Discovery Center and they found out that land was right across from the Discovery Center between that and SLT. It was more than an address already. So new addresses said, if something's built there, what happens with all the lights and the pollution and the noise? What happens to the wetlands? It's degraded. There's a real problem. So the new glasses were helpful.
Time.
So I'm asking all of us to do the same here. And please have the CC do that. Thank you much.
Hey, thank you, Commissioners. So my name is Ben Sykes. I'm the current chair of the City Sustainability Advisory Board. I'm here to ask you once again not to dissolve the SAB, which is what you'd be voting on with Ordinance 10049. The SAB has been an extremely effective advisory board and champion for Lawrence's commitment to environmental sustainability. SAB researched, developed, and proposed the renewable energy and single-use plastic bag ordinances. We provided letters of support for successful grants, including the FTA grants that help purchase the city's electric buses. Following the previous recommendations from the BCSC, the City Commission unanimously decided not to dissolve the SAB. Instead, they asked city staff to provide recommendations as a reimagined, standalone board. This is not what's being proposed. As we discussed in November, we all want to see a SAB that is working closely with the city on our strategic goals. This is particularly important since the Sustainability Department, which is, all you guys know, it's just Kathy, right, is understaffed, while environmental issues for city operations and grant opportunities to overcome these issues are growing rapidly. SAB has worked closely with, since November, SAB has been working to do this. In the past few months alone, SAB has worked closely with Director Richardson on a new key progress indicator for waste reduction, a discussion she initiated and has led. SAB developed and provided the city with a template for annual reporting on Ordinance 9744, a report required since 2021, but has not been made. And this week, Director Richardson and I met with Johnson County and Overland Park staff to discuss how they fund and support their Contain the Rain program to help stormwater management by providing homeowner support and sustainable landscaping and rain barrels and things like that. So in short, SAB is working collaboratively with city staff to meet the goals of the strategic plan. Importantly, SAB's sustainability work for the city requires sustained effort and extends to policy recommendations. Members of SAB have diverse expertise in environmental sustainability, often with jobs in the field, and can help cross-pollinate Lawrence with effective environmental sustainability policies. SAB members volunteer their time to help put their expertise and passion to use for our city. Like many of my fellow citizens, I continue to be confused by the rationale that our board should be eliminated or even made into an operational board. SAB is working effectively, specifically providing citizens a pathway for civic engagement to environmental policy and providing city staff with help on sustainability issues. The advisory board generally, and I personally offered multiple times to help develop these recommendations for a reimagined SAB. Eliminating SAB is a poor idea, which is what you're voting on. It does not follow City Commission's instructions from last November, and I urge you to reject the proposal.
Hi, I'm Chris Flowers, and I want to start off asking, what public engagement have you done that says that the changes that you're going to make to the public comment is what the public wants? If public comment is for the public, shouldn't the public have input into how it's done? I mean, I would have no problem with moving public comment to the end if you did some sort of survey and the people were like, this is what we want. We want the agenda items being done first. So it's like you're doing it how you wanted to do it, but shouldn't you be considering the public the most since, I mean, especially the public comment part, that's for the public. So I'm just asking that, and also I just want to point out, this is the third time in 3 years we're looking at public comment. So I'm just challenging you all, do some kind of survey or public engagement and find out what the public how they actually feel about public comment if we're going to just keep moving it around every year. At least next time it would come up, we'd be like, well, this is what the public says they want. We'd have more concrete evidence. And I just want to reiterate, I'm not against moving it to the end, but not in the manner you all are doing it. And if more if more extreme stuff starts happening, I'm going to get drawn into it. I'm just throwing that out there. But if you start doing things better, I'd back off some. And also, I want to say not showing public comment that is at the end definitely seems to be about silencing the public. Why can't people simply turn off the meeting at the end? I mean, at the end, that's all that's left, and we're going to turn it off for them? That's BS. I mean, and I want to ask specifically, how does turning off public comment, like not broadcasting it, how does that make the meetings more efficient or more transparent, especially transparent? And also, I want to say, I think you should move public comment before commission items, because if someone does bring up something you want to act on, you need to act on commission items, because you're not supposed to, it's discouraged from bringing it up during public comment. Will advisory boards still be Zoomed? I don't think you should be requiring addresses to be given. I think you all used to, but you quit after Ananda got the brick through the window. And also, when it comes to advisory boards, I think 2 years is better than 3 years, because this is volunteers. And also, operational board, will these people be volunteers, or will they be getting?
Thank you.
Hello, Patrick Ross again. This is sort of a new issue. I wasn't prepared to speak on it, but it just seems like there's not enough civic engagement, and you guys are all elected officials by the public. So I don't think doing anything to mitigate or diminish public, voices and opinions from being heard should be something that we should focus on. I mean, why would anyone want to deprive the city of Lawrence of Chris Flowers, I mean, I think that's a great example that every voice in our community should be heard. Even the city manager earlier was saying that on certain issues, they turn to the public and community for technical expertise. Beyond technical expertise, there's a wider range of subject matters and topics that the public might have more insight than everyone in this room. So I just wanted to sort of address that. I've had a chance to meet many people on the Sustainability Advisory Board. I think they all do tremendous work, and they're up against a mountain of difficulties that I think we should support them instead of dissolving them. And back to the public comment, I think, I agree with Chris that why would we not broadcast what the public is saying other than to silence them? It seems very obvious that that is the goal. And if you do that, then you won't be able to hear lovely poems that, in continuing, say indigenous lands, the river and the otter, Agnes the frog, searching for morels in the valley between a landfill and a coal-burning power plant, one finds the season has dictated a mild taste. The Kansas River passes. AG1 soil is considered prime for green development. Meadow and crops will grow. Solar farming. If solar panels cover rooftops, then buildings will be cooler. The sun will rise, the sun will set. The Wakarusa, Kanza. Thank you very much.
All right. Hi, David Baston. I'm against moving public comment to the end. Like people have said before, I think you guys, everybody but Mike, voted on this last time. But just moving it to the end, people, like they brought up before, I mean, a lot of people can't stay that long, and there's no definite time that they can come to speak. So, because you might have to wait till 11 o'clock. And I don't know how late the buses go, but that was brought up last time also. And then not having it televised also is if you did happen to move it to the end, I know there's a lot of people that watch instead of coming down here, and some of the public comment that's brought up is definitely some things that people want brought up to you guys, and they would like to, I mean, know what you think about the different things, and it also gives them things that they can research themselves when stuff's brought up about people doing wrong things or just everything in general. They can look up themselves or and be but sorry, yeah, I'm totally against moving it later on in the process. So I just thank you guys, appreciate it.
Any folks on Zoom?
Kevin Elliott?
Hi, guys. I got to remind you all, you are public elected officials. Read the room. Keep Sustainability Advisory Board. It just needs to stay. We're consolidating power in what are a functional group of diverse boards into the hands of a few. How is that uniquely Lawrence? How does that increase the voice of the unhoused, the queer, the BIPOC, the Native points of view? Or are we just planning on giving more power to the few rich white men? And taking the board away from elected officials and giving them to Craig and let him appoint his cronies as the new form of ad hoc boards? Come on. Are you out of your minds? That's crazy. I appreciate the modernization effort, but what you're doing excludes people with disabilities, people who don't drive, people with children. I want to move the power out of Craig Owens' hands and back into the people. And that's why we elected you, to represent us. You're taking that away. This isn't supposed to be cronies and special powerful people. This is supposed to be the voice of us. I don't know what you're thinking. You're certainly not reading the room. You're not listening to what we the people have to say. And I think I've decided what that means to me. I'm going to argue with my friend Kirby, who said young people are going to fight for their voice. I'm pushing 60. I'm going to fight for my voice too if you try to silence me. And I'll tell you what, those are fighting words. So since that's now legal in Lawrence, where do I file a complaint? Thank you.
Terry Wilkie?
I can't seem to show my video, but I wanted to say I live in Lawrence, Kansas. I have been watching the plastic bag ordinance too, and I want everyone to realize that the Sustainability Advisory Board did not pass that ordinance. It was passed by the City Commission. And it came up in tonight's discussion because of the comments of the city manager, who apparently has been in communication with the Chamber of Commerce, because that is the group which is opposed to the plastic bag ordinance. I'm asking the city to keep the Sustainability Advisory Board. As Ben Sykes explained, there's been a tremendous amount of good work done by that group. And since the plastic bag ordinance began, as I go around Lawrence, Kansas and shop and buy product, I have never had a single negative comment or heard a negative comment or overheard a negative comment. On the other hand, I've heard a lot of pride. I kind of say in food places by habit, no plastic bag. I'm so used to that. And they tell me with great pride, we don't use plastic bags. And it's all good. This is all good. And I'm asking the Sustainability Advisory Board to be left in place. Thank you.
Stephen Watts.
Hi, thank you. You know, this matter for the town commission, 59 pages of utter nonsense, all focused on getting rid of us out here in the pesky public from all of the work that's been done. We can't get basic telephones answered because, quote, we're understaffed, but we can generate a nonsensical argument. What is inside this data? And all of this time generated to stop people from talking. The consolidation of these town boards is to centralize the decision-making process. I agree that having so many boards and commissions is problematic. However, it allows for a cacophony of ideas. Government is, having worked in government for many, many years, government is not about making life easy for the bureaucrats who hide behind desks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. As for the continuation of the Sustainability Advisory Board, I'm all for that too. However, you know, the plastic bag ban, I don't like banning much of anything, and I think that it's kind of silly. When the Sustainability Advisory Board can tell me de facto where the curbside recycling stuff goes, I'll feel a whole lot better. We don't know where it goes. We've tried to find out. Then in stream. Okay, it's picked up, and then where does it go? Okay, it goes to this company, and then where does it go? Where does it end up? We don't know that stuff. So at any rate, going back to this, no, just leave it as it is. I really don't understand why there is such an assault on the public. Why did you guys authorize this, or did you? I know that there were questions asked, and I know poor Mr. Dever had to inherit, you know, a quote hijacking of the town commission meeting, but I don't think that was a hijacking. I think those people were signed in on a legitimate Zoom basis. And if you're going to do away with Zoom for the public in these meetings, then it's time that the staff started coming back to work instead of working from home and doing Zoom conferences from home, as well as answering the telephone from home, et cetera, et cetera. So at any rate, let's go back. 59 pages is dedicated in this, what we're talking about right now, that took how much staff time? Who are the people? We only see one name on there, Ms. Riedemann. And who are the other people that were involved in this decision-making process? Are they so embarrassed about their activity that they don't want their name circulated? It's just a curiosity about the way Lawrence runs. Thank you.
Kay Johnson.
Hello, my name is Kay Johnson, and I'm a current Sustainability Advisory Board member and also the Vice Chair. Ben Sykes did an excellent job of summarizing the reason that the Commissioners should not vote for dissolving the Sustainability Advisory Board. We have many questions about what an operation committee would be, but for one thing, the BSCS did not recommend dissolving the Sustainability Advisory Board, and neither did the commissioners, this body, vote to dissolve the Sustainability Advisory Board. We are volunteers that are on the Sustainability Advisory Board, and we spend many hours reviewing policies that could be beneficial to the city of Lawrence. And it is really important that we retain that policy situation. There's very little information about what an operational committee would do, or even how the members would be selected, or what would these volunteers be asked to do. If you're considering that sort of situation, you should at least understand what it is going to be turned into. All of us on all of the boards are being asked to resign, regardless of what committee it is, and then reapply for reappointment. And that's an interesting situation when many of us have volunteered. I've been on the Sustainability Advisory Board for about 5 years. I'm probably one of the longest term currently member of the Sustainability Advisory Board. It's important to us as our members of the community that we are able to provide policy information to the city commissioners. I ask that you retain Sustainability Advisory Board and seriously consider whether or not it would be in the best interest of the city to have an operational committee. Thank you.
Vince Munoz.
Hi, I'm Vince Munoz. I'm a Lawrence resident. I'm like many people, I'm here to comment on the whole question of the format of public comment and to urge that this commission not change the current format. I think the current format works well. As it gets later, I get a little less eloquent, so you'll have to forgive me, which is another reason to keep it at the beginning and not necessarily move it to the end. I think, one of the things that kind of has gotten brought up is the question of people who are fairly disruptive during their public comments, and this potentially being, some kind of a remedy to that. But I would argue that curtailing public comment is not necessarily going to improve that dialogue, because the people who are motivated to stay until 11 p.m. are not necessarily the most level-headed at all times. And actually something that another person who just commented on Zoom, just two people before me just mentioned, kind of has me thinking about how this might impact staff retention, thinking about how some of the members of staff who, speak for some of these agenda items and stuff, like some of them actually attend these meetings over Zoom, right? So this also could affect staff retention over time. And just in general, like people, as many people work hybrid or from home, they expect to be able to, be with Zoom, to engage with their local government in a similar way. And I also think that beyond just the question of the ability of keeping the same time of public comment and the same format, like how it's affecting people with childcare issues or disabilities, I also just think about like winter weather is it's not something that's on our minds right now at this time of year, but it is really helpful in the winter to have these kind of flexible and accessible public comments. So I would just really urge that the commission not change the format or the timing of public comments to better allow for people to have their voices heard, so that the community knows where we stand with our neighbors also. So thank you.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, I'll go ahead and bring it back to us.
I have a couple questions, but before I do that, just as a point of order, I do not see how we're going to get to the work session. And we have a bunch of people sitting out in the lobby waiting for a work session. Just can't imagine we're going to get there. I wonder if you want to defer that matter? Craig, thoughts? Or they've been sitting here a long time. They might not want to leave.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just asking.
I figured we'd wrap, I don't know. Yeah, at the earliest, I was thinking like 10:30, but yeah, I don't know.
We still have a whole nother item to go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Community police. Yes. I overlooked that. I would, entertain any idea about maybe postponing the works. I feel so bad that they've had to wait this long, but that actually sounds like a decent idea. What do you think, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think we would be encroaching the 11 o'clock time you already have, especially if we're going to actually discuss this after, 60-some comments tonight, and then also, the next item. So I'm not sure we'll get to it all.
Yeah, this happens, and I would hate to have them feel as though they got to rush through it. And that has always concerned me when we get down to this hour, so to speak, that the next group up or whatever's next on the agenda, that they don't get the full attention that they deserve.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Sellers, you want to weigh in?
I was going to ask if we just going to quasi Uncle Henry this and just table regular agenda items so we can go to the work session, then defer it, and then come on back. So I don't know. I don't think there's no one again. I'd be surprised if we even get to the work group, but I'm not opposed to that. I think it needs to be deferred. It's just a matter of what's the procedure to do it.
Yeah. At this point, I agree. Definitely deferring the work session. I feel horrible for everybody out there, but I don't think we're going to get to it. And then, okay, I'm getting thumbs up that they can go home now. So, okay. Yeah. Commission. Do we need a vote on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make a motion to defer the work session to a future meeting to be determined.
Second.
I have a first and a second to defer the work session. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Sorry.
None opposed, so passes 5-0.
Okay. Okay, I have a couple questions on a couple that were brought up. One on section, I'm looking at resolution 7528, section 3F on the consent agenda. It mentions that something can be pulled from the consent agenda upon the majority vote of the commission. And I think procedurally, we don't vote to remove it from the consent agenda. We just,
Well, when you vote, that is included in your motion of the items you want to defer. But we can certainly update that.
I see what you're saying. So when we vote to approve the consent agenda, we vote to remove
Those
it.
items that you want removed.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm with you. I'm with you there. Thank you.
But we can certainly,
No, that's fine. I was thinking about that wrong. It's an indirect vote, but we get there. Okay, got it. The other one then is one that obviously several people brought up, and I meant to ask about this earlier. Section 2D2, talking about the public comment. I mean, the virtual options. The city may provide virtual options for providing live public comment, the primary format. And then the city does not guarantee the virtual access. I think that's all a new provision.
that's currently in our, that's what we.
That's currently in it.
Yeah, we say that because there may be,
Glitch.
there'll be times when we can't.
Okay, well, that's why I thought we added,
Technology, always. We do our best, but we can't guarantee it.
I thought after 2 weeks ago, that's why we're adding it, but that's currently there.
That's glitch, yeah.
Yeah, the purpose is in case the web, internet goes down or Zoom goes down, that the meeting doesn't have to be halted because of that. So that's the main purpose. This is the main access and main way to view it, but we do permit Zoom. We're going to continue to allow Zoom, but if Zoom goes down, then
the meeting still goes on.
Right, I was very confused by a lot of the comments about not having Zoom as an option still. That is not our intention. That language has always been in there.
Okay, got it. Well, that's helpful. Okay, those are my two questions. Thank you. I have comments too, but those are my questions.
Is Kathy on?
Yes.
So in the conversation around operational advisory boards, and I know we were sticking that to SAB, and I think it could be applied, there could be an argument for any of, or at least one or two of the boards that are being sunset that could be an operational advisory board by definition that's provided. I guess my question is directly to Kathy. How has the current structure and function of the SAB been a benefit to you? And how do you see, if it was reimagined into an operational advisory board, how it would be would it be of better help to you, or there would be no difference?
Hello, good evening. This is Kathy Richardson. I'm sorry I'm in a very dark house right now with a sleeping baby.
Sleeping baby has priority. I understand.
With the Sustainability Advisory Board, so we do work pretty closely together. I think over the last few months, we've been able to align our conversations more to the strategic plan and our environmental sustainability KPIs. There was kind of a moment in time where there was a lot of maybe just new ideas and items being discussed within that board that were not the priorities that were called out in the strategic plan. And so there was a little bit of a disconnect there. Certainly the Sustainability Advisory Board members have a high level of expertise. All of them come from different backgrounds, but they've been able to help me in kind of focusing more on KPIs within the strategic plan and then what we can do operationally. So as you all know, our commitment of environmental sustainability, this isn't like sustainability department is doing all these things. That's certainly not what's happening. What's happening is there's a lot of sustainability work being done in the MSO department, in the Parks and Rec department, and so forth. Planning, that's another important conversation where I'm working with those directors and those outcomes of the strategic plan. And that's where the Sustainability Advisory Board members have kind of started to help me in coming up with some of those strategies that would move the needle on some of these KPIs. That's been very helpful. Ben mentioned it in his public comment. I appreciate him giving a shout out for some of those KPIs we've been working on recently. So that's been really helpful just to kind of bring them kind of more aligned to KPIs of the strategic plan and helping. I mean, there's enormous amount of work to do to move the needle on those KPIs, and it's very helpful to have those conversations and for the Sustainability Advisory Board to be working with staff, along with staff, to move the needle on those KPIs.
Okay. I greatly appreciate what you just said, Kathy. That's going to help me with some comments I have later on. So thank you for that. Sherry, I can direct this towards you, but I think it's just kind of a little bit global. I know we're talking about the onboarding piece and how we want to be more intentional about that and making sure that staff is having that face-to-face time to do that. Is the idea that onboarding is going to be all face-to-face? Is there like a hybrid approach? Are we being creative and innovative in how we're doing our onboarding, to the point about Comacora, where, yes, it's great to have staff from the city attorney's office come and talk to us. Is there a way that we can modernize that? Is there modernization efforts being made for our onboarding project?
Well, we already have those as slides and training that we provide that they all have to review and we just wanted to provide the opportunity at least once a year for folks that have questions, because just reviewing it on paper isn't always enough.
Right.
But yes, we have lots of ways to, we can record that, so that we provide it to, record the training so that we can provide that fully to members who come in midterm. We certainly are, going to ensure that we are making sure that we include everyone and that it's accessible.
Okay, my biggest piece on that is that of course, I want staff liaisons to have that communication and rapport and build that relationship. However, not everyone is a trainer at heart. And so in order to operationalize consistency and training and to ensure that everyone coming on board is getting the same information, that we find some way to create have that standardization in onboarding, and then the nuances of it. It's the orientation and onboarding piece. So orientation should be standardized. The onboarding process within itself is a little bit greater, and that onboarding, the dynamic that is a little bit more unique to the board and commission, that could be something that maybe a staff liaison does. But there are things, to the point that you said, regardless of what board or commission you sit on, there should be a standardization of that orientation. And then the little things that are nuanced to maybe an HRC, Parks and Rec, so on and so forth, that's part of the ongoing onboarding. That's a relationship between those who are on the board or commission, and the staff liaison.
Absolutely, the staff liaison plays a very important role. It's just those things, COMA, CORA, city's meeting procedures, specific purposes of the duty would be, specific purposes and duties of an advisory board.
Right.
If they have certain things outlined, that's staff liaison. The city's ethics policy, the strategic plan, diversity, equity, inclusion, those are all things that they should all receive the same.
Right, standardization, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, can I add that it's not just standardization, it's quality. We recognize the quality has not been there of the consistency of the training, and we have not made this a priority. So this is formal, like a lot of things, this is formalizing our intent and giving us the structures to make sure we do it consistently, and that the quality is higher, so that we're recognizing these volunteers' efforts and engagement.
No, and I've only been clamoring about that since 2021, so I'm glad to see it. That's not a knock, that's just me saying, we're being persistent with that. I'm just going to fire off a few things and then I'll pause and circle back. The operation, I'm not going to start with that. I do have the number of meetings. And that 70% is just sticking in my craw. That I don't see how that's functional. I don't see how that's there needs, if there's a technical change on that. I mean, the idea is that we're approving this, and then the idea is that these boards and commissions are going to review their bylaws. So that 70% is not, it's out of order with current bylaws because it doesn't match up. So whether we need to change it to 2/3, 3/4, something that makes sense. I don't want to get too stuck on the number, but 70%, I don't know. I see where it came from. I saw it, but that doesn't sit well with me. The notion of votes to reconsider, that is, I don't know how we'll get through with that. That may have to come back. I'll just let it slide in the language now, and then we can come back to that, because I'll talk us until 11 o'clock on that, real talk. The onboarding, 90 days. I can't get down with that. So I'd like to see a technical change to 45. If we are modernizing and standardizing orientation and onboarding, there's no reason why it should take 90 days. I understand staff, dynamics, capacity, whatnot, but if we put all the work into trimming this down and consolidating, then that means there's opportunities and availability for us to be able to get new board and commission members oriented within 90 days. I mean, that I had to go through orientation with the state in 2 weeks. So I think 45 days, I think is plenty. 90 days is excessive, especially if you have someone that's on CPRB or Human Relations Commission, you're telling them we're going to give them 90 days to have COMA. They need to have COMA should be before they have their first meeting. Why are we giving people 90 days? So I think we can tighten that up. Grace to 45. I don't want to put too much pressure on staff to say 30 or 2 weeks, but 90 is just excessive to me. So I think that's a technical change for consideration. Public comment, I've said it before and I'll say it again, I'm not of the mind to push public comment to the end. We've had these conversations. We talked about it as it relates to where we get in the agenda, in the inequity that it creates by moving it to the end. That is not creating accessibility. So we can keep it at the beginning. I've introduced the idea of timing general public comment. We've talked about it in different capacities, directly and indirectly. I think limiting it to, I think we average about roughly 30 minutes on general public comment. So just saying we have 30 minutes for general public comment, that's stating something. The idea of general public comment is that it's not we're not statutorily obligated to do it. We're required to have public comment for regular agenda items. General public comment is not a statutory obligation. That's something through home rule that we have said that we will do. And I think if we're going to have that commitment to do general public comment, we need to do it in a fair, equitable way. Also, with having constraints, we can have constraints on it. So I think limiting it to 30 minutes, because based on the norms, that's how long general public comment lasts, having it at the beginning. I went back and forth about the sign-up piece because I am kind of a curmudgeon on, I think it should sign up. That's me projecting state requirements, things that are done in the legislature that should be done here locally. Maybe we shouldn't need to do that. So I can step away from having folks sign up because, again, that could be a barrier. Someone that has every intent to wanting to speak, but not having the ability to sign up ahead of time. So just thinking about it from a different perspective. The recording versus broadcasting. So I am of the mind not to broadcast general public comments. They can be part of the recording, but it doesn't necessarily need to be broadcast. Again, that is a benefit of us doing this, and I think that is a mechanism as far as it can be there to be seen at another time. It doesn't necessarily need to be broadcasted in real time. And as far as the listing of name and address, I'm of the mind, same thing, no address, perhaps zip code. I think there's something to be said about zip code. If we talk about equity and inclusion, let's start looking at the zip codes of where we get public comments. Maybe that could be a public engagement piece to say, if we see that there are pockets of our community that are not engaging, its commission, its governing body, is there opportunities there to find ways? So thinking innovatively outside of the bureaucratic process on how we can do general public comment. But I can't vote tonight on moving it to the end. But I would like to entertain keeping it at the beginning, limiting it to 30 minutes, not worrying about the sign-up piece, not broadcasting general public comments live, having it part of the recording, and having individuals identify themselves by name and zip code and not name and address. I do have some things to say about other aspects of advisory boards that I'll leave for later. I do have something to say on Sustainability Advisory Board, but I'll yield to time for other commissioners.
I'll go ahead and go. Regarding the public comment, the changes that are being proposed to public comment, the name, address, sign up before the meetings, I'm not really, I would prefer not that we didn't require that. We don't require it for any other part of the meeting. And so that I would prefer to have that removed. And the no video, I've given this a lot of thought. The idea of not broadcasting at the time, that's one option, but I'm of the bent to go ahead and video it, just like we do the rest of the meeting. As far as moving it to the end of the meeting, I would be more comfortable moving it to after the work session, because I thought Chris made a great point that we do often ask staff to take a look at some different things. So that's on the public comment on SAB. I'm really concerned about moving this to an operational board, because I'm concerned about it getting lost in everything else that staff is doing, and so I would ask other commissioners if they'd be willing to pull that out, the SAB board, keep it.
Pull it out to maintain it or pull it out to?
Yeah, to maintain. Yeah, I think the operational board, like I said, I'm just not maybe fully understanding how that would work. I'm just not sold on the idea of we switch it over to that. Can we reimagine it something else? I don't know, but I think that my preference would be to keep it, but maybe look at it. I don't know. I'm just the operational aspect of it. I'm just not quite sold on.
Yeah. I don't want to misspeak for Kathy, but I want to say what I heard was that I heard alignment, more cohesion, structure, function. So what that tells me is that what the Sustainability Advisory Board was doing before wasn't independent. It was doing its own thing, maybe with a small tethering, saying that it was doing what it needs to be as it related to the strategic plan. But it was clear that in what I heard in Kathy's comments is that wasn't necessarily the case, and that since whatever sticking point it is, whether it's the starting of the Committee on Committees or after we had the conversation in November, then it was like, oh, we need to do something to show our relevance. And I'm not saying that the SAB is not relevant. I think as it relates to what is it that is its intent and vision is as it relates to the ordinance and its bylaws. So there's a lot of things at play here. I think co-governance is at play here. I think power dynamics is at play here, and understanding the duties and functions of a commission and a commissioner. And I think that, and what I see with the SAB is where all of that has kind of been in conflict. And we've seen this with CPRB, we've seen it with other boards that have come to us and said, what do you want us to do? And my thought process is that it's written in your bylaws what you're supposed to do. If you're wanting clarification on that, then maybe there needs to be a sitting down and reviewing of the bylaws. So I've looked at other municipalities' sustainability groups. I've seen Sustainability Integration Group, Sustainability Advisory Committee, all the different names. I think we're getting stuck on titles, and that title is driving what people think they should do. A think tank serves the purpose of whatever the entity needs it to be, okay? An advisory board advises on items within a scope. And as commissioners, we have the ability to address that scope. And clearly there's been maybe lost in translation or a different interpretation of what the scope of SAB is as it relates to those on the SAB, and us commissioners here who are arguing this now. Commissioners are policymakers. So we don't need advisory boards to make policies for us unless we say that is their intent. They provide intel and that subject matter expertise that we need as content matter experts in this case in order to drive policy making. It's not staff's responsibility to create policy unless we dictate to them that's what we want them to do. We give charge to them. Bring us back something so as we can discuss this policy. So as it relates to me, how I've processed and synthesized this ongoing whatnot around the SAB is that you've had a board that wants to be independent, to call on and say, once we decide on something we like, we're going to bring it as it relates to all of these things that we have, and then we want the commission to decide whether or not that's something that they agree with. So if we're keeping the SAB, do we have an issue? Then we need to identify whether or not they are functioning within the scope of what is outlined in their duties. And it's clear, to me, it seems like based on Kathy's conversation, they weren't really functioning within their duties because there was no relationship between that. And so the operational advisory board piece, everyone's getting stuck on the city manager piece. It's his crony group. We can change that. We can say that needs to come back to us. Or we can just say that is, I mean, it's sitting in the city managers, but what does that mean? So I'm hearing people say they're not sure about it, so let's ask the questions, because I'm hoping people are not voting tonight on something that they're not 100% knowledgeable on. And if you're not knowledgeable on it, then that means we shouldn't be voting on it. So this is the time for us to discuss it, or we defer it.
Craig, just a general question on this item. If we approve it, but with the stipulation that, we approve it as operational, but with the stipulation that it come back to us with further definition of, duties and whatnot, is that something?
Yeah, I think it's fine. Again, this is something that has happened in other places, but I would observe, I don't think I'm precluded from asking a group of community members to help advise me or members of our team on the way we're providing services in this community. So I'm a little nervous that you're telling me, no, you can't do that anymore. I asked the superintendent of schools, like, do you have advisory board? Yes. He has people that come in and advise on how the school's operating all the time. So I hope this isn't trying to be overly innovative. I'm just saying that there's some other ways that we should be evolving to bring community members in to the operations, which isn't your space as much as it is the team that I lead. But the policy certainly always is. Certainly always is. So most of these boards and commissions, by all the stuff that we've prepared, are your policy advisors. That's why you should be appointing these community members. It should always be in your hands. We're just saying maybe there's some other ways we can involve other community members on more technical issues that don't normally come to you. And maybe it's a bad idea, but I'm just saying I hope I can't. There's nothing that you're telling me, don't bring people into the community.
No, I don't see it as a bad idea.
Yeah.
I think we're behind the times in understanding the value of co-governance and entities existing. There's nothing stopping a group of individuals within the community who convene, that come to us and say, as commissioners, I have this idea. Okay, we talk about less problem articulating, more solution creating. So if there's a group of individuals, whether it's Lettuce or all of these other groups that because we have more nonprofits per capita here, that come and say, we've been talking about this policy, or we've been talking about this issue in our community, and we think we have something that can help. There's nothing stopping community members from doing that. That's the power of co-governance that we should be elevating. How I am interpreting operational advisory boards is that as it relates to things under the strategic plan, that you want a strong think tank to come, that we don't have time to convene, staff clearly does not have time to convene, that we're giving the authority to the city manager to say, let's find these names, let's find these individuals to do it. I see that as being advantageous for us. And I don't want adversarial voices to be the enemy of this, to say, oh, it's just going to be a bunch of cronyism or whatnot. The idea is that cronyism doesn't help our staff, because the final thing is that what we have to understand is that this is being done for staff. Staff is driving this. Staff should be driving this under the authority of the city manager. So we don't need cronies doing things for us. I mean, we're using that language, and it's almost making us like we're perpetuating the idea that we're just talking pieces here. And I'm sorry, I busted my butt too hard campaigning to be considered a talking piece. So I think if you understand the rationale for what it is, of how this flows and how it can flow to staff and back to us, I don't have an issue with it as it relates to the Sustainability Advisory Board. And I might even add another advisory board up under that from an operational standpoint, because we didn't get to that conversation around TGT funding. Because I think there's something to be said about an operational advisory board around that. But I think if we're going to talk about specifically for the SAB, and what I'm hearing from Kathy is that because Kathy's work is very expansive, And so to be able to have that same piece directly for her, it's not for the most part changing how they behave, because it just goes directly to her and then it comes back to us. But if we're truly desiring that we want the SAB, the advisory board, what we're saying is that we need to examine their duties, their purpose, and we need to make sure they're aligning to that and doing that, because Kathy just said they really weren't. But we want to keep a board that wasn't doing the work they were supposed to be doing, which means they need to review their charge. We need to review their charge.
Just to kind of, on my thinking about this, I'd be fine with like, the number of meetings in terms of attendance, going with like 2/3 or 3/4. That sounds good to me. 45 days also sounds good to me. I'm not in favor of, folks listing names or like addresses, but I'd be open to the zip code. That sounds great. Also, Commissioner Larson's idea, not necessarily having public comment all the way at the end. I'd be more in favor with that. Actually, there's a little change on it. I would have move city manager's report after work session and have it after the city manager's report and right before the commission items. So that, I think it was brought up earlier that if the commissioner wanted to talk about it, that they could go ahead and do it.
Yeah,
So,
it'd work.
but let's see, in terms of video, I would be in favor of, not having it live streamed, but it being on the recording later. And in terms of SAB, I've had a sit down with SAB earlier, and they were kind of asking me what they should be doing, what would help the most for the city, and what in terms of alignment, and in terms of making sure that they were adhering to the charge. And so I don't know, I'm kind of of the mind that this operational thing might help along with that, as long as we define parameters and kind of figure out exactly what their charge is and what would be going on with it. And I'd want to know a little bit more about that. I mean, it wouldn't preclude me from approving it as it were, but I would like to add that addendum to go ahead and make sure, just in this special case regarding SAB. But that's what I'm thinking.
You want me to talk a little bit?
Yep.
I feel like I've been listening a lot, and I wanted to just touch on, since we seem to be trying to make some actual movement here on issues with the existing wording. I agree with everything regarding some of the semantics on the time of orientation should probably be reduced. The benefit of reducing it from 70% attendance to a 2/3 or some sort of fractional equivalent would be better, I think. I do want to know who people are when they're talking, if it's possible, meaning where they're from in the city. I think that's a great idea with the zip code if we're not going to provide specific data. I don't mind. I mean, I share my cell phone with everybody. I'm not you can come to my house. People have done it already. I'm not worried about that. So everyone else can be concerned about that, but if we want to eliminate that loophole, then I'm happy to leave it out if it's important. But I mean, I think it's important that we know who we're talking to, especially if something does happen and we need to follow up with them. We really have no way to do so right now. So I'd like to at least try to help coordinate people talking to us and then us not actually getting back to them and having a conversation. It's just a one-way conversation all the time. And I feel like it's really not necessarily helpful. So I feel like we should probably focus on ways to communicate with each other instead of just talking back across each other. I really want to talk about this Sustainability Advisory Board at the end here, but I do want to touch on the meeting organization. I've probably been over 350 meetings under the old format where public comment was at the end of the meeting and carried on without a defined point of time, stop time. So trust me, I'm not afraid to spend the time listening to people. I think it's important to do so. But I also think it's important that we recognize this is a business meeting, and it is important to hear from people, but it's also important to do the business of the city. And I really feel like one of the things I want to try to do is tighten up the way we do business so that we can listen better. We can spend more time talking about the issues instead of talking past each other. So one of the things I heard tonight that people really didn't like about was moving the public comment to the end. I agree that it probably makes more sense if we're going to do any movement at all to move it up in the agenda to the location already spoken about, specifically before the commission item, so that we can then address it, so we can actually have a conversation and talk back to each other instead of just, again, passing in the night. And then the last thing I'm going to say is, I really wanted us to do a better job in the meetings because out of respect to you who want to come to do public comment and for the people who have business before the city who, we don't get around to it. And I think that's disrespectful to multiple parties. It's disrespectful to people who are here, and it's disrespectful to people who didn't get a chance to talk and spend 6 hours listening to all of you and us talk. So I think it's about mutual respect for each other, and for me, I want to create a common ground for that. So, I'd be willing to delegate a certain period of time at the beginning of the meeting to public comment if accessibility and openness and let's just put it this way, making it more open and accessible to the government is important at 5:30 instead of 7:30 or 8:30, that's fine. But I want to put a time limit on how much time we spend ahead of these other issues because we don't get around to them. And again, people are counting us doing this business, and we don't do it. It gets put aside and gets pushed off sometimes 3 weeks. And so I think out of respect for everyone in the room, out of respect for people doing business here, I'm open to suggestions, but I do think we need to reorder the majority of public comment. If we're going to get 60 or 30 or 50 comments, we need to make time and energy to handle those issues. But if we also need to take minutes or some quantity of minutes at the front, I'm not afraid of that either. I think it's important to hear from everyone whenever we can, but also we need to get our business done. So I'm open to compromise. I completely want to move this body in the right direction, more accountability and being better listeners. But I think you all need to listen too and understand kind of where we're at. So, that's kind of where my feelings are. I don't know where everybody's at on this issue, but I do think we need to make a change. And I haven't weighed in on the broadcasting of the recordings. I think that's a sticky wicket. I don't want to get into, editing, chopping, and, if the true meeting is occurring in this instance and we edit or somehow prohibit viewing of the meeting some way, I don't want to get into a case where we have a problem with that. But I'm open to leaving it as is, televised, but I also understand why, we would want to end the televised portion. But I think what we really want to do is focus on having good conversations, not just burning through the clock, trying to make a point, talking about as long as you can. It's about actually saying something and doing something. And what I want to try to do is help us do that tonight. So if we can move, with some sort of, agreement between us, I'm happy to do so now, but I think we should probably talk about that after he weighs in.
Yeah, I'll jump to a couple. I think I've been trying to take notes and think that the topics of the 2/3, the 45 days, I think we want to amend Section 3I to allow us to amend the meeting past 11 p.m., just to make that clear. I do think, I don't think we should require people to sign and give their names. I think we should encourage them to give their name, identification, and a zip code. I do like that idea. But I think that's an encouragement, not a requirement. I had written down here, I didn't like the idea where it says the presiding officer can limit the amount of time a person can speak based upon the number of speakers. Now, maybe that's already in there, we just never use it. But if we were going to go, and I'll talk about that in a second, to something where we only have like 30 minutes at the beginning, I think the problem with that is you have 60 people show up. how do we limit it to 30 minutes? Is it first come, first serve? Is it?
Well, that's where you might have to sign up if you want a prime spot.
Or do you require a sign up in advance? I mean, I think there's a lot of logistical problems with doing a limit. I mean, I think you either have to do it in advance. I mean, some cities limit it, but then they only say people can only speak once a month, or they only can speak. There's a lot of different ways to do it. I guess I prefer. I do agree with you, Commissioner Devil. To me, I don't see it as an argument that we're limiting public comment by moving it. Having public comment at the first says, kind of to your point, that the most important thing on the agenda is for people to come talk about whatever they want, not the agenda itself. By putting it at the end, you're saying, we want people, we have an agenda item, we want people to come speak about that. If there's other items that need to be brought to us, they can do that in a public meeting. At the end of the meeting, of course, most of the time they email us, they call us. We get that a lot of other ways. I mean, I do get a lot of people say, gosh, I want to come speak on that particular agenda item, but I have no idea when it'll start. I'm not, I could be there for 2 hours. I'm not going to come speak on specific agenda items. So I get a lot of comments from that. Or people who say, I'm here on a zoning matter, and it's agenda item number 1, so they show up at 6 o'clock, and then it's 8 o'clock before they can speak, and then they've left, and they've had kids at home, and they leave. And so I don't think it's so much about saying we don't want public comment. It's we're prioritizing one group of public commenters over another group of public commenters. And I think that's, to your point, Vice Mayor Devo, we've seen more recently in the past, and I voted against this change about a year ago, but what I've seen more of is we are preferring one group of public commenters over the other group of public commenters, and I think we need to try to find that right balance. I hear what you're saying about 30 minutes at the beginning. I do worry that logistically that's difficult. I guess I would probably lean towards the comments of moving it towards the end, right before commission items. I like the idea of moving city manager's report, and let's see how that goes. We can change it, but I think it's important to get to some of our regular agenda items, because we are regularly getting to points where we're shortchanging regular agenda items. And I don't think that's fair to the business of the body and to those folks who want to give comment on those items as a preference. So I would lean towards, with slight change to that. On the SAB, I see both sides of it. I see the organizational side, the operational side, that we should do some operational work on that. There are some policy issues that could, that I could see us putting in there. But I would say, as I look at Resolution 9678, or what's now going to be Chapter 1A, it's general provisions, and then it's, 4 of our areas. If we put, if we're going to create sustainability, we need an Article 6. We need an Article 6 that says, just like we did for all the rest of these, we need a purpose statement, and then we need to create the board to fulfill that purpose statement. So I guess what I would suggest for tonight is that, one, for urgency's sake, we go ahead and say we're going to sunset the SAB as it exists today on September 1st. But if sustainability between now and September 1st can work with our staff and come back with an Article 6, 1A Article 6, that shows us their purpose, then that's that reimagined policy board, and bring that back to us, and we can adopt that policy board. And let's see that reimagined policy board. I know Ben said they're ready to work on that. Kathy said they're ready to work on that. Let's see that, and then let's put it into Article 1A as the policy board. as with a purpose statement. It doesn't have to be long, as these others do, but then I do think we've had a history of that board mixing operational and policy, and I think we can let that be different. We can let that be different. So that's what I'd recommend. I'd go ahead and sunset it today, but with leaving the option open to bring it back with an amendment to 1A.
So then, question, because you intrigued me with the sunset. Little myth that I didn't think about it before you. But that preamble, for lack of better words, how is that going to then move? Because then in my mind, procedurally, the next step is they're going to have to address their bylaws. So if we're giving them until September to come up with a preamble, when are they, then we're using that to decide whether or not they move forward, which means then we're going to push them to review their bylaws?
Can I address that?
Yes, ma'am.
Because what's outlined is everything that the board should follow is outlined in that section 1 of that ordinance, and their purpose is that. So there's really not a need for bylaws for the majority of these boards. That's what we're trying to get to, is that those things are outlined. Now, there will have specific things outlined, but their purpose, I mean, obviously we'll do what your recommendation is, but if you read that, every other purpose is the outcome statement. So their purpose should be the commitment statement if we're going to stay true to what you all have adopted.
So then my question becomes, because we have the HRC and the CPRB, so example, HRC has bylaws. So we're saying that because then I may have to talk to the HRC committee, because I may not like this. If we're saying we're going to move this to whatever that statement is, that is going to be the gist of them. So then why are we having conversations? Then my point about the meetings, why are we talking about some meetings? How are we addressing the meetings format then for all these boards and commissions? Because that's in their bylaws.
Well, there can be bylaws as long as they are adopted by the city commission and not outside of the policies that you adopt, that you outline. And part of that is because if you look through all of the different boards and commissions, all the different bylaws, all the different ordinances and resolutions and policies some have created for themselves.
Right.
A lot of that, even Sustainability Advisory Board, if you look at what their current purpose is, it doesn't address the strategic plan.
No, it doesn't.
The things they say are the duties that they're going to do, but it's not in alignment.
In alignment with,
Right.
Yeah.
That's the case for a lot of them. We didn't make it, in the ordinance, there is reference to like historic resources, for example, and HRC, that this is the purpose, they should support this, but it also says, in addition to those requirements established, like in that section of code that they're in. We still want to align the boards to that, so that members, all of those things. So that's what the 3-month transition would be, so that those sections of code would still align the boards, leave the duties that are there, but specific membership and things like that, we would want to be aligned with the 7 members and the other policies, if you adopt that. Because if you adopt that they're limited to 7 members, that would apply to all of these boards.
Right, so then
That would be part of the transition.
Right, so I'm going to go back to that, but I'm going to go back to the meeting piece. Because you're telling all of we're adopting this, but a lot of these boards and commissions that we're not adopting to this new streamline, it's the meeting. I'm sticking on the meetings because if we're saying we're going to change it to 2/3 or something, and all of the language around how often these boards and commissions meet, where is that language going?
Well, we're not saying how often that's already in that section of code.
So, okay.
What section of code?
Well, in terms of, are we talking about HRC? Because we say they will set meeting dates and times at their first meeting. That's outlined.
Okay.
It says that the first meeting of the new boards will do a chair and a vice chair and set their meeting dates and times.
So, okay, so
That
that's.
will be done.
Okay, this is
first.
where my brain is, because I'm thinking they're gonna set it with this new with the new format, but I'm still thinking based on bylaw language that says this is where they're meeting, but I need to stop thinking in bylaw language and thinking in as it relates to what's outlined in 9678.
And it does say that they can have bylaws governing their operations and meeting procedures, provided they comply with the intent of the article
Yeah,
and any other rules and regulations that you have approved, which would be the advisory board policy. It's again, so the idea is that in this transition, they'll be able to update those bylaws to comply with what's outlined in the meeting procedures
okay,
in Chapter 1A.
yeah.
So Sherry, not to apologize for jumping in, I'm just noticing that we're almost at 10:50. So when would we need to motion to extend it?
After this item is completed.
After this item? Okay.
I'll make a brief caveat that in regards to the public comment, general public comment, it's a moving goalpost. And I hate that we are doing this to our community because the argument is being made as if it's pitting the two against each other, which one is statutorily required, the other one is not, that we decided as a community of our home rule, of our authority, to have it. And now we're dealing with kind of the of what that really looks like in operation. I don't see, and as we say that this is the business of, where we have to get to the business of the matters of the community, of the city, of the public comment. When saying that we're going to do something that's not a statutory requirement, we're saying that's part of the business. We're giving we're carving out a space within the agenda of addressing the business of the city to say this public comment is important and intuitive and imperative to the functions and the governance of what we do and the decisions that we make. And so if we're not going to do that, and it seems like based on this structure, it's not, what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing is not matching up. It just isn't. I think we're being performative. We're wanting to say we want to give public comment. We've talked about what it should look like, what it should not look like, where it should be, and things of that nature. To me, it's performative. So if we truly want to hear the voice of the people, there's no way you can think it's fair to do it when we can be done with the agenda at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 10:50. That's not equitable. The beginning of the meeting starts at 5:45. We know 10 or 15 minutes after that, public comment, boom, it's there. But we're trying to be dicey about it and say we don't want to put time limits on it, but we created this. So,
Well, I guess my question is, again, like,
yeah,
if we do take up the CRB, if we take up the next agenda item up, to reform the CPRB, which is a pretty important thing, at 11 o'clock at night.
That's where we're making decisions.
11:30 at night, is that equitable?
Yeah.
And so I'm saying, I don't think it's performative to say that our agenda items that we want to take action on
No.
start at a reasonable time. So I hear what you're saying. I understand, and so but I think that there has to be a balance. To say that the most that it's performative to say that we reorder them, I disagree with, in the sense that I think agenda items that are very important to the community, that we are limiting the public input on regular agenda items by delaying them late into the night. And we're preferring public comment on anything not on the agenda to those items. And I think that's why I feel like we're elevating public comment on certain items. And so, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but that's where I'm at.
No, I don't see it that way, because I mean, just like if we were going through normal now, let's say minus what we did if this was the norm, and we were doing general public comment before commission items, are each and every one of us going to make a commitment to extend time so that we can hear general public comments from everyone?
Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
I would.
And so one thing I want to check in on. So the performative nature of this, and I mean this is important because we're supposed to be working together here, and I think it's important to understand that for 30, 40 years, it was one way. Was it performative for them to change it to the way it is now, 6 or 7 years ago? So was it performative, meaning did they do it for some showy reason, or was it truly substantive and thought out and considered? And I just throw that back at you because I was a part of it a whole different way for 8 years. And I know that it works great either way, as long as people put the time and energy in to stick around and pay attention. That's all that matters. Just showing up and being here isn't what matters. It's, listening and communicating with people. And it's hard to do at 11:30 at night.
I'm saddened. I'm saddened that hearing the word performative gets everyone so angsty.
Well, I mean, it's a.
I mean, when I say,
I think.
Words do matter, and I think there's a lot of folks in our community from a relationship of co-governance that have not and still are not engaged with us.
Yeah.
There's commissioners that don't engage with the community. There's commissioners that pick and choose who to engage in community. Public comment time is a it's bureaucratic at its core. So we're trying to put a humanesque aspect on a bureaucratic process that no matter how you skin it, it's not going to be perfect. And for me, to continue to move it around, and it's like, what is it that we put it on the agenda for what, to serve what purpose?
Which part? I didn't do it.
General public comment, it's on, because again, I'm not trying to say it needs to go away, but we're not required to have general public comment, but we have it for a reason.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jerry, were you going to say something?
Correct me if I'm wrong,
Let's get to the vote.
Randy, but we're not required to have public comment on any items on our agenda unless it's called for in statute or code, correct?
That's correct.
So in most regular agenda items wouldn't require public comment.
Not all
have
agenda
covered.
items, but there would be some that would require.
Right. We
would.
do provide that on all of our
We
items.
provide it as a quasi-parliamentary process.
So, Sherry, there have been I think there's been some consensus on some items thrown out. If you could you do like a quick recap?
I will do my best
Okay.
to do that.
Thank you for
Because I
trying to help
have
me
notes
out.
all over here.
The value of city clerks.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, let's start with this piece. It sounds as though the majority are not comfortable with the sign requiring name and address. Is that right?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, absolutely.
And I will say, we just included that language as it was because that is how it's written in the leagues. So we're happy to make that change.
Okay.
Where are we at on zip code? So we're comfortable with folks just providing comment, not signing up in advance, and not providing comment, not providing their name and address.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, is everybody fine with that? Or I know Vice Mayor Dever would prefer that they.
I had written down that
Strongly encourage.
Yeah, strongly encourage. Yeah, not.
Encourage name and zip code.
Yeah,
Okay.
name and zip code.
Encourage.
That was the wording I was looking for. Thank you.
Code.
Thank you, Commissioner Fink.
And then there's not a requirement to sign up in advance.
Yeah.
To provide comment, okay. And then I was a little unclear on leaving in the option, which again, is included in the league's recommendations, and in most cities, the allowance for the presiding officer to limit the time allowed to each speaker if there is a large majority of folks. That is a no or a yes.
Is that currently in what we do right now?
It isn't in what we have. It
Okay.
is, I mean, we include it in this recommendation because it's what's in the league's procedures. And it's pretty common, so that if you, but again, a lot of other cities have a 30-minute time limit, generally not a problem for them, but if they get 50 people to speak, then it gives the presiding officer.
And you have the
ability
discretion to say.
Everybody has a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that everybody.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
so.
I'm fine with it. It sounds like we're fine with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good with that.
Okay, so we can leave that in. Okay. So we're going to change to 2/3 or 3/4. We can look at and bring back a recommendation. And then 45 days. That was primarily to give them time to get their training done if someone had some issue. A board member, not that we aren't going to train them in 45, 60 days, but let's say a board member had some issue and was struggling to get training, but happy to change that to 45 days. So, no, I feel like we had a majority who was comfortable with stopping the live stream as long as it was recorded.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
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 I wasn't.
Oh, you weren't.
No, but that doesn't mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Sounded like 3, yeah.
3,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think you've got.
Okay.
I had section 3I on the ability to make a motion past 11 PM.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Yep. I
I
have
just wanted
that.
more prescriptive language
Yes.
in that.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the one, yeah, I was forgetting that one.
And
And then moving public comment is not one I have clarity.
we haven't got consensus on that. We haven't got 3 votes yet.
Well, I mean,
Maybe.
Do we?
we do on moving it back.
Okay.
That's true, too.
Yeah.
I thought we did.
Before the city
Yeah, we do.
manager's report. One thing I wasn't clear on, there was comment about city manager's report. So it'd be work session, city manager's report, public comment, commission items?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so it does sound like we have consensus on or at least a majority that is comfortable moving it later in the agenda, just not to the end.
Yes. That sounds right.
Okay.
We don't have a consensus on, excuse me, sorry.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? We don't have a consensus on having a time limit at the front of the meeting
No.
either. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't believe so.
no.
Well, so we're considering doing both?
No.
No, we don't.
Okay.
We don't.
Okay, so.
I was trying to
so,
find it.
yeah, the
Yeah, he was trying to find a cover.
The consensus is at the end, not 30 minutes at the beginning.
Or it's really not the end, it's. close.
Yeah.
Right.
It's after city manager.
Exactly.
After the
Later
middle.
in the
it's
meeting.
more
I
like
appreciate your efforts,
2/3.
Vice Mayor Dever.
Later in the meeting. And then Sustainability Advisory Board,
I like Commissioner Finkeldye's idea
Okay.
of,
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
so,
Sunset.
What was that idea?
Go ahead and pass.
Everybody else say it.
1004.
What was it?
But with direction that they come back with a Article 6 in 1A
Similar to
to
the,
address the policy, to address the others. And then we can adopt that prior to,
that sounds fair. Yeah.
Wait, so we're going.
That was good.
So you're wanting the sunset.
Sure.
Just like how that will be provided, what you just said to us, so that we can make sure.
But you haven't come up to.
yeah,
Yeah, why don't you come up, actually?
since you're the chair.
Yeah, since you're the chair.
Sorry, Ben Sykes, Chair. Staff.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy to do that. Like, if we can understand exactly what it is you want us to do, like what the assignment is.
yeah.
That'd be super. I don't know if city staff could provide us with that or.
I think they can help, but basically, if you look at the resolution that sets out all the other committees,
Okay.
it goes section 2, 3, 4, 5. You can kind of look at that format and do it, section 6 for sustainability.
Article,
Yeah.
isn't it article?
And there
Okay.
really wouldn't be that much to
Sorry.
draft
Article.
because the majority of the requirements for the board and the terms are already set. So,
Right, yeah, like there's a bunch of things that are getting codified right now through these other changes. So I just want to make sure we
Right.
know exactly what.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll,
Thanks.
yeah.
No, that's a good question.
Clear as mud.
So what I'm
Yes.
hearing in reference to ordinance number 9678, that we're wanting to add in Article 6, where we are directing staff to work with the current SAB to create an Article 6.
Correct.
And then where are we putting the language in?
Up.
The sunset.
It's in a separate.
It's in Resolution 10049.
Ordinance that's already drafted.
Which one?
7528.
49?
No.
It's in Resolution
I'm going back through the resolutions right now.
10049.
So the sunset to September 1st.
Yep. Yes.
Okay.
So all the rest of them, all the committee subs
Right.
sunset in August 30th.
I'm just saying because, right, all the resolutions are the different boards. So I just want to make sure 10049 is where we're adding. How are we voting on these?
This is really packed, yeah.
So
We would have a new ordinance
Yeah.
at the time when they come forward, because we'll be enacting this ordinance now, and that will be codified, and then we'd come back with an ordinance enacting our, Chapter 1A, Article 6. It would be a
Right.
separate ordinance that come back later.
But as far as the vote tonight, how are we voting on this? Are we voting on this by?
I think each one,
So
right?
how I have it outlined, but you can do
Yes,
is.
thank you, Sherry.
So we have the policy, advisory board policy, which we need to make changes to, which is 7472. So you would not want to adopt that tonight, or because
There's
I don't
substantive
feel
changes that
comfortable.
need to be made that I
Yes.
wouldn't want to vote on that tonight.
Exactly. Then there is 7473, which is the ethics policy. And it doesn't sound like there were concerns.
Mm-hmm. No, we had
So we could
consensus on
probably
that.
go ahead and adopt that this evening.
Right, that's what I have.
And then there is the
7528.
7528, that is the meeting rules and procedures, which we need to do some work to. So that first action that I have outlined, you would just, if you are so inclined, you could adopt resolution number 7473 that enacts the ethics policy. Then there's the ordinance 9678, which it sounds like which we're definitely not ready to do because we're going to be adding a section for SAB.
Right.
And then we
I-
have all.
We're doing it, we're sunsetting it. and-
I mean,
No.
No, we will bring back a separate ordinance at a later date.
oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
You can
I missed-
still-
So we're going ahead and
still adopt
adopting
it.
We could adopt it,
Yeah,
but do we need to?
I don't feel
Gotcha.
so bad, Sherry.
But does the motion?
I'm sorry.
it's all right, it's all right.
Okay.
It's
We just have one person talking at a time, please.
No, because what we'll do is we'll work with this Sustainability Advisory
Right.
Board, put together an ordinance. That will come back before you, and then you'll consider that as a whole new idea. You don't have
Gotcha.
to worry about that tonight at all.
Okay. Sorry, that's not what I
No,
heard.
The-
ordinance that would enact the new.
The ordinance
Article
piece,
6.
okay.
Right.
Yes, but we would consider the current ordinance before you, 9678. You
Right.
Okay.
Consider that.
And then the other one that I have outlined as a bunch are all those that are repealing, those that are sunsetting.
Which is 7538.
No. It is,
No,
so the board's just, yes, there's resolution, sorry,
yeah.
7538, and then there's ordinance 10047, which is Bodywork Advisory Board, 48, which is PERC, 49, which is Sustainability, and then 50, which is Special Alcohol Funding Board, and then the Sales Tax Audit Committee. So it's that list of boards are all listed. You can do them however
Yeah.
you so choose.
So,
Now, my only caveat there is I was ready to make a motion on those three first resolutions just with amendments.
yeah,
Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
And then just make the amendments,
Great.
they can be signed.
Yes.
So an amendment on 7472 and an amendment on 7528, right?
Correct.
What's going on with 10052 and 10053? Are we just adopting those?
Adopting.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. All right.
I know, it's a lot.
No, it's all right. Okay.
So
A lot of work under.
I'm ready to make some motions.
Yes, make some motions.
Okay. I move to adopt resolution number 7472 with the amendment to section A7, changing the 70% to 2/3, and A10, changing 90 days to 45 days.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay. First and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Passes 5-0.
Okay.
Mayor, can I ask for division on all of these votes, which is a roll call vote? I mean, division roll call vote
Okay. Since
on all the votes on these.
okay. So do we just go back to the?
No, we don't go back.
can't.
It's already-
Okay.
We don't need to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Done.
So I move to adopt resolution 7473.
Okay.
Second.
I have a first and a second, and roll call vote. Commissioner Sellers,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldie,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dever.
Aye.
Aye. Mayor Littlejohn. So passes 5-0.
Okay.
All right.
Move to adopt resolution number 7528 with changing section 2D to eliminate the requirement of signing up in advance and providing name and address, and instead replacing that with an encouragement to provide name and zip code. Change to subsection 2E to reorder the meeting such that, pulling it up here.
Subsection 7 comes before subsection 9?
Yeah, I was going to make sure I got that right. So that it went regular agenda, work session, city manager's report, then open public comment, followed by commission items and commission calendar, then adjournment. Then an amendment to section 3I to allow motions to extend the meeting past 11.
Okay.
That's it.
All right.
Second.
Have a first and a second. And Commissioner Sellers,
Abstain.
Commissioner Larson,
Yes.
Commissioner Finkeldie,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Dever.
Yes.
Mayor Littlejohn, yes. Passes 4 to 1 abstention. All right.
Okay. And then, do we have changes to any of the others?
I don't think we have changes to 9678.
Move to adopt on first reading ordinance number 9678.
No, we're at,
What? 9, 6, 7, 8.
there's no, okay. I guess I'm still caught up on the Article 6 piece, but I'm going back to what Randy said.
Yeah, so we'll adopt this tonight.
9678.
So we're adopting it as is, knowing it's going to come back in front of us.
And then directing
Yes.
us, yeah.
So was there a motion to?
Yeah, I move to approve 9678.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Commissioner Sellers,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldie,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dever,
Aye.
Mayor Littlejohn, aye. Passes 5-0.
Are we okay with me moving the rest of these to get this next section together as outlined in the agenda?
Is that okay, Randy?
Yes.
Okay.
Move to adopt on first reading ordinance number 10052, ordinance number 10053, ordinance number 10054, ordinance number 1055, ordinance number 10056, and ordinance number 10060.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Commissioner Sellers,
Abstain.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldye,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dever,
Aye.
Mayor Littlejohn, aye. Passes four and one abstention.
Move to adopt resolution number 7538 and adopt on first reading ordinance number 10047, ordinance number 10048, ordinance number 10049, ordinance number 10050, and ordinance number 10051.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Commissioner Sellers,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Finkeldye,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dever,
Aye.
Mayor Littlejohn, aye. Passes 5-0. Okay. Now we get to decide on agenda item 3. We're gonna kick this one to,
Yeah.
huh? Trying to get a feel.
I don't know, how long do we think this is? I think this is an important issue. Do you
Yeah.
want shoveling in at 11:15 at night? It's up to you.
Well, I agree this is an important issue.
Yeah, you wanna-
We need to move it.
Yeah,
We need to make sure we have a good discussion on this.
yeah. When is, Sherry, will we need a specific time on this or just any?
Mayor, I'd like to propose moving, extending the meeting 7 minutes so that we can get through commission and city manager items,
Okay.
or at least the rest of the agenda, and we can defer regular agenda item 3
Yeah.
to,
Was the agenda?
be a meeting next,
Next week?
Yeah, we got
looking a
one.
little light. I had questions about the future agenda items, so I would be open to even moving it to the 21st, but that'll come with a caveat.
Do we have to give a date?
And you're not here on the 21st, correct?
Right, and that's why I wanted to extend the meeting so that we can talk about that. So, I mean, we could move it to the first meeting in June, since we don't have anything on the future agenda items for June. The only date we have is June 18th. So we could move this to the first meeting in June.
Yeah. I
We're
mean,
kind of preempting ourselves by talking about it right now, so. So it sounds like no one wants to do regular agenda item number 3.
No,
I
we
would-
don't.
So I would move that we defer regular agenda item number 3 to a meeting date to be discussed under future agenda items.
Second.
that sounds good. All right, I have a first and a second to defer agenda item 3 to be discussed under future agenda items. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Nay.
Okay.
Now we need to extend the meeting.
Yes, I move that we extend the meeting by 7 minutes to discuss the remaining items on the agenda.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All right. So are we going commission items then? Yep. All right, commission items. Any commission items?
I have 2. One, I wanted to see if we could get a report on, I know that in the last 2 years, there's been discussion around star bonds in the star bond program, and just wanted to see if we could just get a memo on that, just as far as statutorily, if there were any changes made, what that looks like, how we can leverage that.
Sure. Some historical uses of it.
Historical uses.
Yeah.
Reference to report.
Okay.
What do we see? I know there was some language in there that there was a meeting, I knew there was a committee meeting in regards to its impact as it relates to the food sales tax. What's been in the tea leaves around star bonds?
Okay, with an emphasis on what happened in the last legislative
Yes, in
session.
the last legislative session, yeah. Thank you, sir. I did have something for Parks and Rec, because we did receive the letter we approved that under general consent agenda. And I kind of wrote it down, but I can't read my writing right now, so I will bring that back in the email. But then I'll just take this point as a point of personal privilege to say congratulations to all our graduates, whether it's from Haskell, KU, pre-K, kindergarten, or high school. Congratulations, you did it, and we're proud of you. That's all I have, Mayor.
I got one thing. So earlier in the meeting, during public comment, Jeannie, I think her name was Jeannie Valentine, brought up the situation about her support dog. Could we just get a memo on what that situation, what our policy is, and whether or not we have issues with the fact that it's a support dog?
Okay. Good point. Any other commission items?
Not this time, sir.
Okay. I'll go ahead and move us on to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. There's just a couple update items. We did give you more detail on the Mass Street resurfacing conversation that we had, a little bit more. Hopefully that's useful information. Utility billing report, which we do. There's ex parte, and then future agenda items.
Okay.
Okay. Future agenda items.
We've got it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No. Public comment comes after you.
Yeah, so I think we're still in questions if we have questions.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's late. I got you. Do we have any questions?
Yes. So, May 21st, I announced this several months ago. I will not be here. I don't want to be selfish, but we've put a lot of thought and effort into updating the homeless response team and the Burt Nash funding agreement. I would like to be there for that conversation. In lieu of how we do votes to reconsider, I mean, I don't know. I'm joking, but I'm actually not joking. We don't have any agenda items for the 4th of June, or for the 11th, and so I don't know if we need to do it that day. I'd like to move it so that I can be a part of that conversation. I do believe my input can be quite substantive, and I don't want to have to choose between this and my nephew. But I mean, others will say that they've been away for key votes and have not been a part of the conversation, and interesting enough, they've been able to bring things back. So if I have that same grace, then depending on how the vote goes, I'll bring it back or not. But I would like to see if we could possibly move that to the June 4th date if there's not a reason for us to have something in play and have a vote on the 21st for that.
Could we move it up?
Yeah.
The 14th? We were trying to get it up on the 14th.
Oh.
We probably want to see if there's maybe something we could push down and swap.
If we can swap and we can do it next week,
We already understood that, and we had been working to get that done, and I think we've
Okay.
achieved that.
That would make me even happier.
Yes, definitely swap.
There were some conflicts with June, and we wanted it even sooner.
Mhm.
Okay.
We had it on.
We'd like to get those in place.
All right.
Yeah.
Crisis averted.
Parking, adjudication process, the amnesty program, that could be one. Mobile food vendors, I don't know if there's any urgency on that, is there, Sherry?
It's actually moved to consent, so.
Yeah.
So it was listed because we thought it'd be regular, but it's a consent item.
It's a consent?
So shouldn't be in conversation, I don't believe.
Okay, so we'll move the we'll plan to move the parking as a swap out. We'll look at how the agenda's all falling together,
Okay.
but we'll plan on having the homeless response team and Burt Nash funding agreements on the May 14th.
That's good. And then, not that I'm trying to build up the agenda, but I know we still have in our parking lot joint city school board, and I know we're starting to get into the season where we typically do our joint meeting with the county. So, do you see like if there's? We haven't been. Since I've been on the commission, we've never had a joint school board city meeting. do you feel like there's I've talked to a couple of school board members who would like to have some conversations around that, but I guess where the sticking point has always been is how the agenda is decided for that and the input on that. So I'm not wanting to add it anywhere, but it's just how do we want to move forward in putting these on the calendar and then figuring out the agenda for it? Because it seems like, again, that policy has changed every year that I've been on the commission, so.
Just to respond, I mean, I can reach out to the superintendent and maybe, typically I think it's the mayor and the president of the school board have kind of tried to figure that out. If there's any subjects anybody wants to make sure that they elevate to me or to the mayor, we can work on that. And then maybe June?
Yeah.
If we can get it scheduled. I don't know if they take breaks or what.
Not certain. Yeah. June.
I'll reach out and see if we can find something in the summertime though.
Yeah.
Encourage their board to talk, because it seems like there's some one-offs there, and they need to centralize that to their board president.
And I did have a question, just in terms of the first couple of weeks of June. Is that just like leaving it open in case, we had space, or?
To be honest, I'm sure there are items.
There will
in
be
there,
stuff that bubbles
and
up.
It just, in rearranging and in working on tonight, there's probably some that I didn't get added, so I apologize for that.
Okay. No, it's fine. So the work group probably,
And we now have 2 items from tonight that we'll need to fix.
Yes. I think it might fill in there somewhere. Because I would definitely appreciate Commissioner Sellers being a part of the conversation as well. So it looks like June would probably be the time period to go ahead and do that.
Public comment on
Okay, yeah. No more questions? Public comment?
Absolutely shameful that you've put it off another 30 days. Absolutely shameful. I put an email in each one of yours mailbox, sent it to a number of reporters across the country, sent it to Michelle Meyer at C-Post. You think you're funny, don't you? He's smiling over there because he thinks it's funny.
Address us.
I'm addressing you. He's smiling over there because he thinks it's funny. Okay. He thinks this is a joke. He signed the exoneration for Daniel Ashley, saying that there was nothing that happened. Look at that smile. That is arrogance to a degree that I have never seen before. I have never seen that kind of arrogance before. That is such an extreme. Incredible. I'll spend the last couple minutes here, thanks to your chief and his attitude. This is my speech right now. I can't believe that. I had a lot more to say. I can't believe how arrogant that man is. And I haven't even cussed once. You guys going to be okay with this? You going to be okay with the things I sent you in the email? The kind of violence that he exonerates?
As long as you're addressing us.
I like that, Bart. Thank you. As long as I address you, you're going to be okay with his violence. Thank you very much for that quote. You're a fucking idiot, man. And you're going to lose your badge. You're going to lose your badge. Because one day you're going to...
Michael, hey, this is your first warning, or you can go ahead and leave right now.
I can go ahead and leave right now?
Yeah.
I was almost done.
No, it's okay.
No, I was almost
first
done. I'll take your first warning.
First warning.
I was almost done. I could have been left.
No.
But yeah, I'll take your first warning.
Okay.
Look at that arrogant fucker over there.
All right, this is your second warning.
Look at that arrogant fucker over there.
Go ahead and exit, Mr.
No, you can't exit me because I'm addressing you. Look at that arrogant fucker over there. Commissioners, look at that arrogant fucker over there.
Yes.
Arrest me.
No.
Look at that arrogant fucker over there.
Just escorting you to leave.
Why are you going to escort me out? What have I done? What law have I broken?
Disrupted.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. And we are in recess.
What law have I broken? What law have I broken?
So
disrupted a public meeting. Disrupted a public meeting during my 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Look, guys,
He's asked you to leave.
during my 3 minutes.
Michael, let's go, please. Tough.
We lose Commissioner Larson?
6 hours. The same
Yeah. Well, technically almost 5 hours.
Yeah, sorry.
5 hours.
Yeah.
Well, no, wait. You're,
No.
no, you're 6 hours. That's right. I lost an hour.
Yes.
All right. We're back. Going on to item K. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Any additional public comment? I apologize.
I just have a quick comment. When it comes to, you're talking about future agenda items, you should never have scheduled all this stuff tonight. You should have known that you wouldn't have had time. And I just wonder if this was done on purpose so the city could demonstrate why the changes to public comment need to happen. It's just weird. A couple of weeks ago, we had no agenda items, and this week we have it loaded.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
All right, Sherry, any public comment on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
All right. Oh, looks like
sorry.
we have one.
Yep. Kevin Elliott. Kevin Elliott.
I'm not sure if you're calling me. The sound is off.
I'm sorry. Kevin Elliott.
Yeah, you didn't turn the sound back on when you came back from recess. Just a technical point of information. We are still out here. I don't like how Michael speaks, but we have a community review board that is supposed to protect us from the police, and you're not listening to the people. You're listening to whatever you feel like at the moment. And you're using your power to silence any dissent. I just want you to know that we're watching you. Thank you.
That's all the comments.
All right. Okay. Moving on to item K, commission calendar. Anything for the commission calendar?
No, sir.
Okay. That is the case, then I would.
Move to adjourn.
All right.
Second.
First and a second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, passes 5-0, none opposed. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for participating.